Izzy underscore the underscore penguin just redeemed show outfit for 300 points. Izzy underscore the underscore penguin just redeemed blow high for 300 points. Izzy underscore
Hello. Yeah, I haven't turned off text-to-speech yet, but I probably am going to because it's butchering everybody's usernames, which is no fun. Also, my camera is wonky. Actually, no, it's not my camera that's wonky. My monitor is wonky, and my camera is on my monitor. Everything has gone wrong today. Well, this week, but also today. You may notice on my start screen that the flower is really tiny. That was actually caused by a Windows update. The most recent Windows update, the one that came in on Tuesday, requires you to change how DPI scaling works in programs, and I haven't, because I've been busy. So we have tiny flowers on the start screen until I fix it. But welcome everybody. Also my hair is a mess, apologies for that. Izzy, I'm aware of your many redeems. I will get to them shortly. Just let's welcome in everybody first. So welcome Izzy. You were the first here today. I don't actually have a first redeem. I know a lot of people do. Maybe I should... Should I just add a first redeem, or should I have something like the first person here gets a rare flower, or something like that? Be nice to make it something personalised and not just, oh, here's another first redeem like every single other streamer has. But welcome in. Welcome Ren, welcome Teabago. You're not late, don't worry. Welcome Harry. By the way, Teabago, I'm fairly sure the flower command is available to mods, so if you ever get flower blocked, to use the term that you just made up, you can probably give it yourself back, but I've done it now. Hello Ruby, hello. Ruby says, I'm just saying, what if you played Spiritfarer Now and Dead? So Ruby has been waiting very patiently for about 3 months now for her game request, which was Spiritfarer. And what I've decided to do with the game request is, because I have quite a backlog of them, I'm going to be doing requests on both Saturday and Sunday. So I have offered Ruby a choice of days for Spiritfarer. Unfortunately, Ruby, Friday is not one of the choices because there are only 2 more Friday streams after this one, and then Friday streams are ending for the summer because I will be out doing botany. And I really want to get to 1,000,000 points in Dorf on my Friday slot before I end it. So... I'm afraid these streams are reserved for Dorfing, but I appreciate you being here regardless, Ruby. Do feel free to chill with us and watch some Dorf. Thank you for being here and redeeming your flower. Hello, Ophelia. Yes, we've had a lot of Dorf today because Ophelia is starting a bit earlier these days. So we had a good 4.5 hours of Ophelia, and now you have me. Many of you will have sat through both streams, and you are very dedicated viewers, and I really appreciate you for that. Let me do some shout outs. I think most of you know Ophelia already, but maybe not all of you know Ruby. Ruby_J. So Ruby does also do puzzle games, but it's more point and click adventure games, although she was doing Balatro recently, which was also very fun to watch. Unfortunately, she is on the West Coast, and I don't mean unfortunately for her, because I'm sure the West Coast is a very nice place. But unfortunately for us Europeans, she's either 8 or 9 hours behind us, depending on where you are in Europe. Meaning that she streams in the middle of the night for us. But if anybody here is on a different time zone and or finds themselves awake at 5 a.m. And in need of some chilling out, Ruby may well be the streamer for you. Ophelia has redeemed a snowdrop. I think the snowdrops have pretty much gone now. They're very much a February and early March plant, and the spring is marching on, and I've not got as much botany done this year as I normally would have, because we've been having incredibly wet weather, and that is one reason I'm keen to start going out on Fridays when I can. Thank you, Izzy, for redeeming all the redeems. I'll do those in just a moment. Let me do my drink water now. There we go. A reminder to chat that proper hydration is for everybody, not just streamers. So I encourage you to take a sip of water if you have some nearby. You're hoping for the Izzy the Penguin without the underscores, Izzy. I see, but somebody else has got it. That's unfortunate. Redeems unwonk monitor. It's not my camera that's wonky, it's gravity that's wonky, and my camera is affected by gravity. As far as I'm aware, gravity is still acting in its expected direction. But my camera is duct taped to the top of my monitor because I still don't have a proper... I need one of those boom things that proper streamers have, but I don't. So I just have Emma streaming set up, which is on my Discord somewhere if you want to see it. Hello, Elfie. Thank you for redeeming your flower. Ophelia says we love all flowers, even the tiniest ones. I'm sure you do, Ophelia. I'm sure you do. Yeah, I'll come up with some kind of one single-use redeem, like a first redeem. But rather than just saying, "Oh, you were first," it will give you a special flower or something like that. Hello, Joe Adult Man. Welcome in. Sorry if you've been waiting a minute for me to acknowledge you. I was just working my way back through chat. And hello to Captain Mangles. Again, ditto. Sorry if you've been waiting for me to acknowledge. I don't think I've seen you here before, Captain Mangles. Good to have you here. We will be playing some Dorf Romantics soon. Don't worry. LT Bago says, I've given flowers before. I don't like giving myself them. I don't want to be accused of garden hacking. Okay, garden hacking is not a term that I've come across before. We better get into the game. I will also try to keep quiet so you can actually make some progress. Don't worry, Ophelia. You are free to talk as much as you would like in this chat. I only have myself to blame if I fall behind on the dwarf. Izzy says so many dandelions out. Yes, so right now is peak dandelion. My lawn is covered in them. So yeah. If you live in the UK, for sure.
Just redeemed show outfit for 300 points.
But even if you live somewhere else in Europe, I suspect dandelions are everywhere right now. Elfie, those redeems have already been done.
Elfie55_ just redeemed blow high for 300 points.
I just didn't do them yet, so I guess I've got to show my outfit twice now. Ruby says, you know that you're first in my heart, Emma. Well, of course you are, Ruby, but I have to consider the needs of my other viewers. Especially Ophelia, who stays up very late to watch my streams. How did my request for Spiritfarer today go? I didn't hear. I'm afraid I declined your request, Ruby. I did explain that due to a backlog of requests, I'm going to be moving to both Saturday and Sunday as viewer request days temporarily, which is why I offered you the choice of Saturday or Sunday. I will only be doing 2 more Friday streams after this one before I pause Friday streams for the summer, because I'll be out doing fieldwork on Fridays. And I really want to get to 1,000,000 points in Dorf before then. So I'm afraid the next 3 streams are fully booked with Dorf, and I will not be doing Spiritfarer, so I sincerely apologise, Ruby. Ren says, I thought the TTS said show advert. No, show outfit, Ren. Not show advert. I can show an advert if you want, but I don't think people would pay channel points for that. That's just something that Twitch does to you anyway. Hello, Alex. Welcome in, welcome in. Right, I really do need to do the redeems before people get impatient. I am doing okay, Alex. Work wasn't too bad this week compared to certain previous weeks that shall go unmentioned. Right, I'll show my outfit now, and then I'll go and get blow high, and then I'll show my outfit again. Will that work? People making my redeems difficult. You can't see my feet anymore, mate. I don't know how my camera has got so out of place.
Gertchie just redeemed blow high for 300 points.
It's okay, I'm fine, don't worry. Look, don't blame me, okay? That's what Matcha told me to do in the poll on the Discord. I don't come up with these ideas, Matcha Catcher does. And he's not even here to see it. Hello, Mud Stuff. Welcome in. Apologies if you were slightly confused upon entering the stream. I am okay, I promise. Hello, Battler Britain. Thank you so much for redeeming your flower of the day. Yeah, don't worry. Apart from my hair is a mess, I'm fine. I mean, well, Matcha can't take all the blame. The blame should be distributed among people who voted for that option as well. Tibago wanted me to do a double backflip, so I sort of had to go with the realistic one. Right, did I miss anything else apart from spamming of the blowhigh emote? No, I don't think I did. Okay. Yes, hello back there, Britain. I think it might be a good idea to get started with the dorf. Let's get that set up. We need this button. And, oh, this is my monthly mode. Sound. Yeah, I ended up trying the monthly mode again off stream after last week. And it was actually 4th place when I got it, but it's gone down to 6th now, which is fair enough. But I managed to get over 10,000, which I'm quite pleased with. Still nowhere near the high score, which I think is about 14,000. But anyway, today we are going to be continuing with my big classic mode dorf, which is getting very big now. I want to try to get to at least 955, 960,000 today if I can. Hello, the average sleeper. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your flower of the day. I hope you had a good week. I hope your sleep quality has been at least average, if not above average. So I just need to wait for my dorf to load. The bigger they get, the longer you have to wait. There we go, finally. So last stream we made it to 935, which was not bad. We actually got quite a lot done. Average sleeper says, sleep quality going great. Sadly, I don't reach the minimum of 8 hours. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you can get more sleep soon. Yes, proper sleep is good. Really benefits the brain and the body. So yeah, we will get into the dorf. Oh, I did mean to shout out Ophelia as well. So most people here already know Ophelia6277, who is also a Dorf enthusiast and who also streams Dorf on Fridays. And in fact was streaming it just a few hours ago. So if you are a fan of Dorf but find my streams were a little late in the day, then you might find Ophelia's good. If you think that my streams have a little too much gameplay in them, then you may also want to check out Ophelia's streams. And if you're a fan of Snail Simulator, you should absolutely... I mean, Ophelia is the Snail Simulator pro at this point. Nobody can snail that snail quite like Ophelia can. Welcome in. Hope you had a good week. Thank you for redeeming your flower, and happy Friday to you too. Yes, it's nice to have reached another weekend, because the weekend is streaming time and I get to hang out with all you amazing people. And I would not choose to be anywhere else. So it's so good to have you here once again today. I hope the week has been kind to you. Picking up my big dorf again after a week of not playing it. Sometimes I sort of forget where everything is, but I soon get back into it. What Ophelia's streams lack in gameplay, they make up in coziness. I will say that for sure. Definitely short of good places to put houses at the moment. Have a housing shortage in Dorf. Give the Dorf property developers an excuse to plonk down new builds everywhere. This is the green belt, no building here. Let's start a new row on this area. Put down here. Almost. But not quite. Yeah, this piece is an annoying piece. Find the home for it.
Leaks Tortilla just redeemed Blow High for 300 points.
Thank you, Leaks Tortilla. Can't believe how badly it messes up your name. I already have a Blow High. You weren't here. You weren't here for the Blow High entrance today. You might want to watch that back on the VOD, because yeah, I am thank you, Harry, for clipping that. I am going to get more plushies at some point, but I haven't yet. So in future, redeeming Blow High twice might add additional plushies, but Right now, all it does is confuse the Emma. Maybe... Hang on. There. But playing Dorf requires two hands because you have to... you have to hold... How do I hold the blow height and use the mouse and the keyboard? I have to use the mouse to move the camera. Because if you move the camera... This is me moving the camera with the arrow keys. And you can imagine how long it would take me to scroll around my Dorf using this. I think this is even slower than it is on controller. So I do have to use both the mouse and keyboard. But yes, let's like... There we go. There's now more blow high on the screen. Leaks tortilla. Sorry, leaks tortilla. Which I'm sure is what you wanted. What amazes me the most is that it can pronounce blow high correctly, but it can't pronounce tortilla. It's thing not quite right with the training data for the text to speech. I think this piece is going over here. A lot of mixed pieces at the moment. What it's like to play hard mode, you only get those kind of pieces. Put it down here, shall we? I need another water train station to end this river that I've somehow started. But this is actually okay because I know I'm going to be putting one there. Just a case of how long do I have to wait until it arrives. I think this little patch of trees here might have to live on its own and not join up to my big forest, which is all the way over here now. This forest has actually been completely surrounded and closed off. Random lake here if I want to. Do I have any river quests at the moment? Oh, just this one. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really have any incentive to grow my river area while there's no quests on it, so let's just put that there. I'll just put river tiles anywhere there's a blank tile. Lake tiles anywhere there's a blank tile. Rivers I should probably still connect to here. Get too difficult to manage otherwise. Oh, good. Can finally close off this rogue field that shouldn't be here. These fields and these trees are only here because of this, and this river are only here because of this pre-placed quest. Normally I just close off pre-placed quests without completing them, but when it's a river that's difficult. So I need to close that off at some point. Oh, I did promise Ophelia, didn't I, that I would I would do a custom mode with only railways. I'd already forgotten that. Shows how good my memory is. I'll do that in like half an hour or so. We'll do a bit of this dorf, and then I'll switch and do that for a bit. And then I'll switch back. So what Ophelia says, so what Emma is trying to achieve in 2 streams is what I achieve in 50. Some of your streams have gone quite well, Ophelia, and you've managed you've managed several thousand points in one stream before. But yeah, the stream we just had, what was it, about 1,000 points? But there was lots of chatting. This is the thing, I am more than happy to chat with my viewers. If anybody wants to share anything with chat, or rant about how their week has gone, or otherwise type words into stream, then please feel free to do so. Chatting is always welcome. Hello Muse, welcome in. Happy Dorf everyone, says Muse. Sorry I didn't catch much of your stream earlier, Muse. I did jump in on the raid, but then I had to go and eat and get ready for this stream and so on and so forth. So I hope it all went well. Let me do a quick shout out to the... I always read your name as VZ Muse. I'm British, I should read it as VZ Muse, really.
That's enough.
Sorry, just checking the name of the game you were playing. So, yeah, Sea of Stars, that was it. I need to sort out a bot that, like, when you do the shout out, it pops up. They were last seen playing this game, like literally every other streamer has, but I haven't. So yes, Muse was playing Sea of Stars today, and yeah, I did catch the start of it. This is going to fail pretty much anywhere I put it, isn't it? Okay, we might finally have a use for this bit. All good, don't you worry, no problem. And welcome in, Dustin. Dustin says, hope you have a good stream. I will try my best, Dustin, to have a good stream. And we might even get to our goal of 960,000-ish points. We'll have to see. Thank you for dropping by, Dustin. Hope you had a good week. Have you graduated yet, Dustin? I know that's soon, if it hasn't already happened. Probably because everyone says it like VZ, you're being influenced. Yeah, that could be the reason. Ophelia says, words? Yes, let's quote Hamlet. Words, words, words. Ophelia could probably recite Hamlet from memory. I think she is a big fan of not only of Shakespeare in general, but that play in particular, I believe. As if her name was not a giveaway of that fact. Dustin says, I have one more week of classes, and then I graduate in May. Okay, well, enjoy your final week, Dustin, and I look forward to seeing you streaming more regularly, perhaps. Once classes are over, until you start your job, whenever that is. But congratulations, Dustin, on presumably passing all your classes and graduating. It is a significant achievement. Ophelia says I shall call you VZ from now on. That's alright with me, at least then I can be sure to never get sued by the band. Yeah, Muse, I guess, is the band. Yes, I'm letting Americans influence my speech. It's very bad. Shouldn't let that happen. Every time I want a piece with 3 forests on, it's always the backwards piece I get, never the right way around piece. Okay. Put it in the forest. The obvious place to put it. Hazel! Hello.
Hazel Azazel has subscribed for 3 months. 3.
Hazel Azazel. To be honest, the text-to-speech does a better job with your name than some of the other names in here, but thank you so much, Hazel, for subscribing again for a 3rd month. That's really, really, really nice of you. Welcome, Hazel. I hope you've had a good week. And we are just dorfing and chilling. I know you're a fan of dorfing and chilling. Let me do a shout out for Hazel Azazel, who's a lovely cozy streamer. They do a variety of games. Most of the most recent streams I've seen of theirs have been Minecraft. Including a hilarious moment. I can't really go and find clips at the moment, but there was quite a hilarious moment of Hazel unfortunately dying in Minecraft a few weeks ago. Immediately after finding their horse, I think it was. No, mule. Yeah, mule. That was it. Like the excitement of finding the mule to the terror of falling into a ravine and subsequently losing all your stuff. That was definitely one of the best clips I've seen in a while. But anyone who wants to see it, and yes, volume warning by the way, but anyone who wants to see that clip, please do go click on Hazel's name and go to their channel and look at their clips because it was hilarious. Don't worry, Hazel. The occasional moments like that are why we watch streamers. You know, it's your stream is cozy most of the time. I mean, feel free to go ahead. Yeah, I mean, anyone can post links in my chat, so you can do that if you would like. This is a good piece. Need to close off this forest that shouldn't really be on this side anyway. This needs to connect up to this big field, otherwise I've got no chance of finishing it. Yes, I'll try and do extra many shout outs today because so many of my viewers are streamers. In fact, I don't know why. I think maybe because the games I play are quite obscure, people don't tend to discover me through the browse page. They tend to discover me because I go into their streams and then I mention at some point that I stream. There's so many of the people who watch me are streamers themselves, and they all deserve shouting out. Okay, this is unfortunate. I've finally found the piece that fits here, but it will fail two of my quests. I'm actually just going to put this here because at this point I care more about perfect placements than quests. I want this number to go up. The perfect placement percentage. I don't care about this number going up. And the good news is the game doesn't track how many failed quests you have. So if you don't tell them, I won't tell them. Hazel says there are 3 versions of this clip. Here's the one you clipped. Thank you, Hazel. Yeah, I think pretty much everybody who was watching was quite startled by that. At that moment, and rushed to the click button. Telling nobody nothing. Thank you, Hazel. Yeah, I'm still trying to decide what I should stream on Saturday. Ruby wants me to stream Spiritfarer. I still have more episodes of Infinifactory left to do. Or at the very least, I still have more levels of Infinifactory left to do. I could decide that people are perhaps a bit bored of Infinifactory and end the series, but finish it off stream. I also really want to stream to stream Snail Simulator at some point. But I think Ophelia might be doing a Snail Simulator stream tomorrow. I mean, I don't want to set any expectations for what Ophelia does. Sorry, I managed to choke on myself there. Yes, I kind of need to stream Snail Simulator at some point because it was redeemed as a game request whilst the dev was in my stream, so I can't really back out of it now because I promised the dev. Can't let down the SNEV, Snail Simulator dev. They're so nice. I will definitely be doing it at some point, but maybe I can't promise when just yet. Do you like that clip, T-Bagger? You never know, maybe it will get you more followers, Hazel. Maybe people will click on that clip and say, yes, this is the sort of content I want. I would question the motive of those people, but maybe they exist. Hello, Helena. Hello. Welcome in. Helena. Helena is honestly one of my favourite streamers. I know that sounds silly with how many of them I watch, and how many of them I've already shouted out today. But I have known Helena and Dragon Girl for a long time, like over 3 years. Way, way, way before I started streaming, where I was sort of networking with the small colo friends and all that, like Ophelia and Alice and that. That only really started when I started streaming. So I have known Helena's World. Sorry about that. I've known Helena for a very long time. And her streams are amazing, and they are underrated, honestly. It used to be that only Dragon actually streamed, because I think Helena's either her internet was no good or her computer was no good. But Helena was always in Dragon streams, and she was always a whole load of fun to play with. I have many, many good memories of playing games like Satisfactory and Factorio and Craft the World and Eco and all those games with Helena. And she streams herself now, and she has 2 dogs called Molly and Unix, and they are lovely as well. And you can play funny sounds on her stream and other things like that. So definitely, if you like just chilling out streams, watching cozy games like Eco, and you want to be around sort of morning European time, you should really watch Helena. And if it's you are more an evening person, you should watch Dragon, because she does stupid 12-hour streams. But yes, thank you, Helena, for getting another flower in your collection finally, as you say. You have a salad Burnett. And thank you, Hazel, for redeeming your first ever flower. Hazel says, if you like Minecraft and yelling, I'm the streamer for you. But you don't yell all the time, Hazel. I think if you just like Minecraft and yelling, there are lots of streamers, but Hazel is chill most of the time. And she's not just Minecraft. You've got a donation goal to do to get an embroidery machine, which I'm definitely looking forward to if that materializes. Yes, as I say, she does other things. I'm actually going to do Gartic Phone again this Sunday. Gartic Phone is a lot of fun. I have actually played it with Heroin to Birds on her stream. So I don't know if I'll be able to catch your stream this Sunday, Hazel. But yes, Gartic Phone is a ton of fun. It's one of these sort of party games where you have to draw something, and I think there's a board game, like physical version of it, called Telestrations, and Gartic Phone is like a copy of it that's online. So you draw something and someone has to write down what they think it is, and then somebody else draws that, and so on and so forth, until you end up with completely random things at the end. Ophelia says, you can always back out of things, and you have been playing it and even finished the Snail Way. Yes, so as of yesterday, I won't spoil too much about how Snail Simulator works, in case other people want to play it, but part of the game involves moving your snail forward in a straight line for 46 hours straight to get yourself a hat and an achievement, and also there is a sign when you get to the end of your 46-hour long Snilgrimage, which was placed there at Ophelia's request, and it's a tribute to me. And I hadn't even played the game when it was put there, but of course as soon as it was, I knew I had to go there myself. And honestly, it's about the nicest thing anyone has ever done for me. Perhaps a close second to Heron to Bird's song about me last year. And I don't know how Ophelia convinced the dev to just start putting signs in his game, but she did. and I'm really, 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 really grateful, Ophelia, for you doing that. It was such a nice gesture. Helena says, I got a new flower in my collection finally. That's okay, Helena. I know you're normally more online in the mornings, I think, but any time you're able to be here is most appreciated. And then this says, how are you actually enjoying the start of the weekend? I am. I'm enjoying the start of the weekend because it means I get to be here with all my favourite streamer friends and all my favourite viewers. And that is the best way to spend a weekend, in my opinion. So I always enjoy the start of the weekend. Maybe by the end of the weekend I'm dreading the week ahead. But at the moment I'm just thankful that you're all here and thankful that people actually want to watch me play Dorf for however many hours it's been. And thankful for all the support I've had. Hazel says, oh my god, I can get a flower each day. Ah! Hazel, I mean, you can't actually get one every day. You can only get one when I'm streaming, but I'm here every Friday, Saturday and Sunday, so that's 3 flowers a week that you can potentially get if you show up consistently. And that's why I have this redeem, you see. It's to trick people into showing up every stream, because they think, oh, I've got to get my flower. And then maybe while they're getting their flower, they might actually stick around and watch a bit of content. You never know. But yes, every day you can slowly build up a wildflower garden. And your first flower is bittersweet, which might not sound like the nicest thing to have in your garden, but honestly, it's a really nice flower. It's a lovely deep purple flower, and purple is my favourite colour. So I definitely love the bittersweet flowers. Just don't eat it because it's really poisonous. If you have it in your garden, don't let children play in your garden. But thank you so much, Hazel, for joining in on the redeems. Tibago says, I had my volume way up because streaming other tab is very quiet. Clip played at full volume. Oh no, Tibago. Sorry, are you saying that my stream is too quiet, or are you lurking somewhere else? I don't mind that you're lurking somewhere else, I'm just checking. If my stream is too quiet, then let me know. I can always adjust the volume. No, don't be sorry, Hazel. Trolling my mods is encouraged. Please troll my mods in any way you see fit. It's only fair. They would do the same to me given half a chance. Helena says, we had so much fun back then. We did have a lot of fun back then, and I really want to have fun again with you and Dragon sometime. When I'm not streaming and when you're both on and I'm not busy. At the moment I'm really busy with work during the week. And then on the weekend I'm either streaming or I'm with family. Or I'm taking a rare opportunity to actually, you know, catch up on cleaning my house and stuff like that. Which it has to be done. So, but yes, I will definitely try and get a gaming session in with you and Dragon when I can. Helena asks, what is this game about? Is it a puzzle thing? So yes, it is a puzzle game. It probably doesn't make much sense looking at it on a big screen like this. Not big screen, but like a big... I've been playing this map now for over 90 hours. I'll just quickly start a fresh run just to show Helena what it's about. You start with just this. You start with just an empty piece of land like this. And you get a stack of tiles. You start with just 40 tiles. And when you place the tiles down, you have to match the edges. So here you see it's doing a little white glow because these two fields are matched with each other. If I rotate this here, you'll see it turns red, and that's not matching. You really want to try to match it as much as you can. And as the game goes on, you slowly build up a nice little landscape. So there's fields, there's trees, there's houses, there's water. And as the game goes on, you get other little things appear, like this little ruined castle, for example. And a pond with swans in it and stuff like that, and you get trains and boats and everything. So it's quite a simple game, but playing it well, if you play it well enough, you can basically play it forever, because you can arrange to get more tiles faster than you run out of tiles. And so what I'm doing is trying to get 1,000,000 points in my big dwarf. And at that point I'll say I've probably had enough of the game for a while and move on to something else. But it's just a really casual, cozy game to play if you don't want to be thinking too hard, but you still want to do a little bit of thinking. So yeah, this is how it starts, small like this, and then you gradually build your way up to... Not everybody has built a dwarf this big, a giant one. But yes, so at its core it's a puzzle game, and there are other modes. There's a hard mode which is much more difficult. You can't go forever like this. There are monthly challenges and stuff. Hazel says, no, that's true, let me rephrase. So I'm getting behind on chat here. That's true, let me rephrase. If you like queerness and artsy stuff and bright colours and getting distracted constantly. I'm going to assume that everybody here is queer friendly, because they wouldn't be watching me if they weren't. So don't worry in that regard, Hazel. I'm sure everybody here is supportive of that. And yeah, I mean, we are all constantly distracted. I mean, myself and Ophelia famously so, I think. Always going off on tangents. So yes, you fit right in with our vibe, Hazel. Gartic is just like Telestrations, yes. So I've actually played Telestrations with my family, the physical version, where you're actually drawing on a little flip book and passing it around the table. The default mode is I tend to do a lot of custom modes. That's a good point. There are a lot of options. I've only played it a couple of times, so I'm not intimately familiar with the custom modes myself just yet. Hello, Few. Welcome in. Hope you had a good week. This is indeed a puzzle, Few. I know you're a fan of the trains, so here we go. Here's a train for you, Few. Hazel says, oh my god, well now I want to play Snail Simulator. For anybody who doesn't already have Snail Simulator, obviously I did plug it earlier. Don't expect an awful lot. I think it was almost made as a joke originally, but then people really liked it, so it's had a ton more content added. But at its core, you are a snail. It's kind of in the same vein as sort of walking simulator games, or like Goat Simulator or other games like that. But you are moving at snail speed. You need to understand it will take several hours to accomplish most of the game objectives, and 46 hours to climb the Snailway to Sneven. But if that sounds like a good time, then here's the Steam link. I mean, it's literally like £2. Yeah, £2.49, so it's about $3 on Steam. You might as well just get it. Obviously, as I say, incredibly nice developer who's really engaged with the community, to the point that Ophelia has her own house in the game, and I have a sign put there by Ophelia thanking me for thanking me for calling her Slowphelia and thus making her want to play snail-related games, which was put there before I'd even played the game myself. So yeah, I am not sponsored in any way by Snail Simulator, but I thoroughly recommend just buy it to say thanks to the dev for being awesome, even if you play it a little bit and then give up on it. Helena says, yes, I was going to bed, but then I saw you online, so I wanted to check in, but now I'm off. Have a great stream. Yeah, thank you for dropping by. Sorry if you missed my little demonstration there, Helena. I will temporarily pause the gameplay to try and catch up on chat. You says, I am a favourite streamer friend. So, few, as far as I'm aware, you have never actually streamed on that account. Few does have an account called Infinity Words, which runs. It's not always running, but when it is running, it's sort of 24/7, and it hosts an anagramming game. So it has anagrams up on the screen, and then viewers can type the anagrams in chat and solve them, and there's a leaderboard for how many you've solved. More appealing to the sort of word game enthusiasts that I used to attract with my Scrabble streams, so probably not many people here are interested in that anymore, but if anyone is, that is a thing that exists, and if you want to melt your brain trying to anagram 15-letter words, then that's the place to go to do it. Welcome in, Piper. Thank you so much for redeeming your flower of the day, which is a spiny rest harrow. You says, I don't like eating foods with shapes. Eating flowers feels weird. I mean, depends on the flower, really. A lot of the more commonly eaten flowers, people perhaps don't even realise are flowers, such as broccoli, for example. But if you don't want to eat flowers, Few, then nobody is forcing you to. I would encourage the consumption of flowers myself, but I would say don't eat the rare ones. That would be all. Especially if it's Teabago in relation to trolling. Yes, Izzy, I agree. Lurking in another stream that's much quieter, your volume is fine. Thank you for confirming, Teabago. Hazel says, Gertchie, fun fact about me. I'm so sorry if I already told you this. When I was a kid, I ate flowers out of my kindly elderly neighbour's garden. My mum found out and made me apologise, but the neighbour said that as long as I didn't destroy the garden, I could eat as many of her plants as I wanted. I mean, if she had a vegetable patch, Hazel, then you got a pretty good deal out of that. I mean, free vegetables. I guess she didn't have any special or rare flowers that she was particularly attached to then. My parents, for example, have some hydrangeas, and I think they'd be pretty disappointed if somebody ate one of those. But that's really, really sweet, Hazel, and it was awfully nice of your neighbour to say that, and thank you for sharing. That's actually really, really, really sweet. I'm glad you shared. Ooh, we're about to complete 2 house quests at once here. Hazel asks a few, please tell me what a food without a shape is. And Hazel makes a good point for you. Yeah, foods do have a shape. Even if that shape is somewhat shapeless, it is still a shape, right? Am I getting a bit too metaphysical now? Hello, Japer. Welcome in. So good to see you. Hope you're having a wonderful week. And if you're not, then I hope the weekend is better for you. Shibago says, while that is a cute story, there's no way to know if the neighbour knew all their flowers weren't poisonous. may have been trying to get rid of the pesky flower-eating kid. Leave it up to Teabago to put a dark spin on things. The overwhelming majority of garden plants that are commercially sold are not poisonous because people can't be trusted. Although there certainly are a few that are.
C_N__D has gifted a subscription to Izzy_the_penguin.
C_Ren_D gifted a subscription to Izzy_the_penguin. That's a lot of underscores. That's 4 underscores. And oh, he's not stopping.
C_N_D has gifted a subscription to J4.
Thank you so much for gifting subscriptions to Izzy and Japer. I'm sure they'll be.
C_N_D has gifted a subscription to Max Piper.
It's okay, Ren, you can stop now. Thank you so much for gifting subscriptions to Izzy, Japer and Piper. I'm sure they will all enjoy those subs. They are all regular viewers. Thank you so much, Ren. I really appreciate, and I don't often say this because any support is welcome, but I do really appreciate when people gift to specific viewers. So, like, I appreciate that you didn't just press gift 3 subs, you actually went through and thought, these people are regulars, I recognise them, I'm going to gift subs to them. That really shows that you care, that people actually get to enjoy the sub and use the emotes. Ren, and that means a lot to me. Thank you so much. But yes, Teabago, I'm going to say that it was probably not an attempt to poison the young Hazel. And if it was, then I'm very glad it didn't succeed. Because what an amazing streamer we have now. Oops, that's not actually a match. I've started making these silly little lakes that just have 3 tiles in them and don't go anywhere. Izzy says, if anyone is not queer friendly, we set blow high on them. I mean, certainly if they're transphobic, Izzy. If anybody is transphobic, then, well, quite frankly, I don't have time for them. But if they insist on making their views known, I shall indeed set blow high on them. Harry says, the 30-second video I put in Ophelia's Games channel covers the final 4% of the stairway. The original length of the video is 1 hour 55 minutes. Yes, so it's roughly 25 minutes or so for every 1% of the stairway in Snail Simulator. Which is how we arrive at the figure of 46 hours to do the whole thing. And that figure was about right in the end, I think. And I think most people here, Ophelia's Discord is a private Discord and most people here don't have it, but I will leave it up to Harry if he would like to share his video in my Discord. He is welcome to do so, of course. Hazel says, out of her garden I mostly ate tulips, mint and lemon balm. Well, mint is obviously edible. So you're alright there. I don't think tulips are poisonous. I'm somewhat up to speed on edibility for native wild plants in the UK, but not all garden plants. Let's see. Okay, yeah. So yeah, actually, yeah. So the tulip bulb is also edible. So both tulip bulb and tulip leaves and tulip flowers are safe to eat. I suspect lemon balm is. Be surprised if it wasn't. Yes. So yeah, because the leaves of lemon balm obviously have medicinal uses. It is the leaves, not the flowers, you want for that benefit. But eating the flowers won't do you any harm. Few says I don't eat things with more sides than a square. Things like stars are bad, or things with pictures on them. Definitely not animal crackers. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. Consistent philosophy to follow their view. I have no problem with it. Does a circle count as a one-sided shape or an infinite-sided shape? Basically, would you be allowed to eat a pizza? Hopefully the answer is yes. I suppose you'd be allowed to eat a triangular wedge of pizza, because that would only have 3 sides. And if I remember rightly, squares have 4 sides. JPer says doing okay, and you. I'm glad to hear that, JPer. I'm doing pretty good. I'm always in... I think Friday is probably the day of the week I'm in highest spirits, because I know I get to hang out with my friends and play dorf. If you catch me midweek in someone else's stream, I might be a bit negative, and if I am, I do sincerely apologise for that. Sometimes my life does get a bit overwhelming, but Fridays are okay. This specific Friday is the Friday that I had my testosterone blocker injection. For those of you who are not on the same hormone replacement therapy as me, the testosterone blocker injection I'm taking goes in your behind. So now I have a sore behind. So I've had better Fridays, but I don't mind. Don't mind the soreness from testosterone blockers, because I'd much rather have that than have any testosterone in my system. That would be the true horror. Tibago, tulips are not poisonous. Tibago, please don't spread misinformation about plants in my stream. That's not allowed. Tulip bulbs are not poisonous, Tibago. They are edible. A quick Google search will confirm that. So there is no need to panic, Hazel. Ren says, sorry, I prefer hit chatters instead of bandages. Yes, I was sorry. I was talking about that and I hadn't even seen that you said it. But yes, I definitely approve of people who do that. Few says, I am definitely a rando. Well, you're not, Few. We've known each other for some time now. But also you're already subscribed. So, of course, Ren was not going to pick you as... the recipient of his gift subs. Very much appreciate everybody who is subscribed, of course. We've just about yeah, it's the 12th now, so the massive gift sub I had from Mike Claroni on my birthday has now expired. So up until last week, pretty much everybody was subbed. But now we get to see who is the true dedicated viewers, and or has had a gift sub from Ren. I love a good loop lake, says Hazel. Glad to hear it. There is a recursive lake island in Canada. I mean, it's not fully recursive, right? It's an island in a lake in a... it's a lake in an island in a lake in an island in a lake in an island. But it's not recursive forever, because you'd run out of... Eventually it would become a pebble, not an island. But yeah, it's nested like 3 or 4 levels deep of lake in island in lake nonsense. Deleted. Viewers. No. Yeah. You're welcome to link to things, but yeah, if you do have a way to shorten the URL, that's appreciated. Okay, I misspoke. Sorry, it's a 5th order recursive lake. So it's a lake in an island in a lake in an island in a lake in an island. No, I got it right. Yeah, that's 5th. Yeah. So obviously you have the world, and within the world you have Canada. And within Canada you have a lake called Yathked Lake. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing that. Within that lake there is an island. Quite a big island. About 5 kilometres across. This is in Nunavut, so it's the area of Canada that's has thousands and thousands of lakes in it, and a lot of tundra and so forth. That island has a lake which is unnamed and is about 1 kilometre long, which has an island in it which has a lake in it. And that lake is only like 50 metres wide, but it's big enough that you can legitimately consider it a lake. Not just a pond, especially since it's naturally formed. 4.6 stars on Google Maps if you ever feel like trekking hundreds of miles from the nearest settlement to visit it. Thank you, Few, for sharing that link. Ren said we used to get Mexican pizza in school that was hexagon shaped. That sounds very interesting to somebody who is a fan of hexagons. You couldn't possibly tell from looking at the screen right now, but I am in fact a fan of hexagons. But that's terrible news for Few. Few would have had to go without pizza at school if that had been in place at his school, so I hope it wasn't. What about bird's eye potato waffles? Do the interior squares count as more sides? That is a fascinating question. I would have to consult the expert on that, namely Few. But if the interior squares count as more sides, then yes, the average bird's eye potato waffle would have probably around 60-ish. No, it's not 8, but it's 6. Well, yeah, no, more like 40. About 40 sides, which is way too many for Few. Tibago says, from Google, basically all parts of the tulip are poisonous, because the tulipalin plant poison is present in all parts of the plant. The tulip bulb is affected, as well as the stem, leaves, and flower. We often hear cases of poisoning where tulip bulbs have been mistaken for conventional edible onions. Interesting. Let's do some more research. Okay. Okay, so dogs, cats, and rodents are more susceptible to oil ingestion of tulipalin because they usually ingest large amounts and also carry smaller body. In horses, the increased intake often leads to stomach cramps. I don't think hazel is any of those things. Let's see. Okay. So the petals and leaves are pretty much safe to eat because the amount of the poison that they contain is so small that it's not going to affect humans. The bulb is not safe to eat unless you remove the yellow part in the middle. But it's unlikely that a child would be eating a bulb from some random person's garden, like they'd have to dig it up. Most of the cases of tulip poisoning have been happening where people have eaten bulbs that were stored somewhere unplanted and then mistaken for onions or other bulbs. I found a source interestingly that says tulip bulbs were eaten in World War II by Dutch, but that was more out of desperation due to food shortages than any desire to eat them. And that quite a few people did get ill from that. So, yes, in summary, don't eat the bulb of the tulip unless you remove the yellow bit in the middle. But, even then, it's probably not worth it. It supposedly doesn't taste very nice. Does that lake have an island though? It is not clear. Well, there wasn't one on the map view, so I don't know. Obviously I've never been there myself. I'm going to assume there's not. But maybe I'll see later. I'll do some research on that because it sort of caught my interest now. I'll see if anyone's ever taken a photo of it, and if so, whether there's an island. Whether somebody has piled up some stones in the middle to poke just above the surface in order to claim that technically there's an island there, because you know what humans are like. They'll do that sort of thing given half a chance. Tibago says from one picture there does seem to be a small landmass in the lake. Okay. Interestingly that it's labelled on Google Maps as the only 5th order recursive lake and not the only 6th order recursive island then. It would seem to be more of a brag. Few says, Waffles, I have to cut the individual squares out. I don't want to judge anyone's eating habits, but is that true? Because I don't think I would eat waffles if I had to do that. Hazel says, on the internet, no one knows if you're a dog. I mean, this is true, Hazel. You do stream with a VTuber. PNG tuber, I guess. And that's not a dog, but that doesn't rule out the possibility that you might be. I must say, Hazel, if you are, then your command of English is excellent for a canine. As is your Minecraft playing ability. Yeah, so as T-Bago says, as a child you're going to get an upset stomach. Unless you actually dug up a bulb and ate it, then you might be in more trouble. No, that doesn't match. I keep forgetting this thing here is a house. It doesn't look much like a house. It's a mill, but it counts as a house for dwarfing purposes. So that actually doesn't go there. I need to go to that lake, says Few. It's very remote, Few. I don't know if anybody offers tours there. It's a long way to go to see what is, at the end of the day, just a lake. in the middle of thousands and thousands of square kilometers of other lakes. But I mean, people have obviously been, so maybe you will go one day for you. If so, please do send us a picture of you holding a sign saying Ned Selp whilst posing by the lake. I don't know, something like that. Hazel is going to go to that small landmass with a bowl of water, with a smaller bowl of water floating in it, in order to extend the record still further. Few rarely eats waffles, only at hotel breakfasts. Trying to think how long it is since I've had a hotel breakfast. I had them. I mean, I don't stay in hotels nowadays. I don't have to travel for work, and when I travel for holidays, I camp. But we did as a child. I think most recently it was after my uncle died. Yeah, that would have been it. That was still like 10 years ago, maybe. Tibago says, if you're a VTuber, you can be anything, both on and behind the camera. Quite right. Tibago is an axolotl on camera. I say on camera. He's never actually streamed, even though he has the YouTuber setup ready to go. And despite the encouragement to do so. Of course, nobody should feel pressured to stream unless they want to. But the thing is, Tibago has admitted he wants to. He just hasn't. And I really hope he does someday, because that would be amazing to see. And also I would get to come into his channel and chat too much and distract him. Have my revenge. Oh dear, Hazel's come up with an idea. 3D print a scale model of the recursion at its current depth and bring that to the tiny island. Then stitch together a video of zooming in on the Earth to that point and then cut it in a perfect loop with drone footage, zooming in on the model that's on the tiny island. Hazel, you clearly have a natural affinity for content creation. Coming soon to a TikTok near you. Perfectly looped zoom onto I've forgotten the name of it already, that island. Actually no, it didn't have a name on Google Maps. I assume somebody's named it because humans love naming things. A lot of places have been named multiple times because when Europeans discover it, they give it a completely new name. That is a great idea, Hazel. Hello, Skanana. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great week. Thank you for dropping by my humble little dorf stream. Skanana says, love a bit of camp. Are you referring to camping, or are you referring to being camp? Because they're not the same thing, and I'm definitely not the latter. So, yes, don't get those things confused. Tibago says, access to the Kazan Heritage River is usually by chartered aircraft from Baker Lake, Lynn Lake or Churchill. Lynn Lake is air service through Winnipeg, is also accessible by road or railway. Yeah, so Lynn Lake is the nearest place of any significance. And yeah, you have to fly there basically, that's how remote it is. There's no road or anything like that. Yes, I know quite a few axolotl streamers now, somehow. Well, we count Tibago as an axolotl streamer. But Cass, I discovered Alice and Cass pretty much the same time. Cass is also a an axolotl VTuber. He's very, 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 very cute. Ibago says it is possible to paddle and portage to the Kazan River from the community of Lynn Lake, beginning near Reindeer Lake, travelling up the Cochrane River and portaging over the Kazan watershed. But this way is very long and the canoeing season is relatively short. Canoeists usually prefer to arrange a float plane drop-off okay, I guess those are nearby lakes. To end the canoe trip, a pre-arranged air charter pickup is possible from many points along the river route. Yeah, so it's quite a an involved little expedition you have to do. You know, you need supplies, you need proper maps, you need to know where your pickup points are and so on. Very much a wilderness thing. You can't just show up and go to the gift shop and buy little key rings with nested islands on them. Which I'm sure there would be if it was somewhere more inhabited. Hazel says I have lots of ideas and very little actual follow-through. I mean, you know, I struggle even to come up with the ideas, Hazel, so you're halfway there. There are lots of things that I could do for my stream, but, you know, deciding what I want to do, the direction I want to take things in, what people are going to find interesting, all that. I find it very difficult. I don't think I'm a natural content creator. I'm not one of these people who just knows how to make a YouTube video that will get millions of views, like some people seem to know. Altibago said, I did stream one time a year ago, and while I currently look like an axolotl, that may or may not be my true form. I mean, I have seen Tibago's true form. I'm obviously not going to share it with the rest of chat, but yeah, he's not actually an axolotl. I hate to break it to you. Okay, we have a dead-end rail piece. This would be a good opportunity to close off a railway I don't like. Like these ones that are getting much too far from the main dorfing area. Or this one, which is stupid and short. I might close this one off actually. Ganana says both you love camping and I am camp. Okay, well that's fine. I have nothing against people who are. I just want to make clear that I am not. It was a silly pun, yes. On second thoughts, let's not go to Twitch. It is a silly place. What about all the insects, mosquitoes and bugs? I imagine it gets pretty bad with insects. I actually react incredibly badly to biting insects of all types. I get huge swelling lumps come up on me. In the UK we don't get actual mosquitoes that much, but we do get midges, and even those are bad for me. They leave lumps. I was once bitten by a mosquito when I was abroad, and the lump was that big on my leg. So yeah, I'm very sensitive to them, and it's hard being a botanist and being sensitive to biting insects. It's bad in the summer at least. Although this year they've come out really early. There were midges around in March this year, which is ridiculous. Horrible, horrible things. Everything I try and deter them doesn't seem to work. The worst thing is the big brown horseflies, which really seem to love biting me for some reason. And if you're botanising near a farm, it can be very difficult to avoid those. Hazel has shared a link to a really fascinating fractal zoom video in my Discord. Thank you so much, Hazel. Honestly, that sort of thing does legitimately really interest me, so thank you for sharing, Hazel. I'll definitely have a look at that later. I'm definitely a maths nerd of sorts, not as much as I used to be. I don't really show it on stream because I'm not sure I could make stream content out of it. I definitely am. No, I will definitely watch it, Hazel, and thank you. Everybody is free to share whatever content they think is interesting in my Discord. There aren't really rules. Just a caveat that I reserve the right to remove content if I don't like it. Basically, Emma is a benevolent dictator on the Emma Discord. We should probably start standing this way. Still need to close off this river. I haven't really thought through how I'm going to do that. Ganana said, if I streamed I would be a goblin. I love them when they get a bad rep. You could really lean into that as a sort of branding identity, I think, if you wanted to. Like, going full goblin mode on your stream. I think that would be... I'm sure there are streamers who do that. Hazel says, sometimes I wish I was like Cave Johnson and could pay a bunch of other people to make all my insane ideas happen. We would all like to be like that, Hazel. Maybe not exactly like Cave Johnson. But yes, if I... maybe... Yeah. More like some of the eccentric billionaires who just buy social media websites for fun. I mean, I don't want to be like Elon Musk. He's a horrible, horrible person. But I'd like to be able to pay other people to come up with my ideas, which I think is something he does. Hello, Matcha Catcher. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining us today. I'm afraid you missed me fulfilling the winning choice of the Discord poll, Matcha. I was horrifically attacked by Blowhigh. Fortunately, I escaped with only minor injuries. And next time, please can you make the poll options slightly more tame? Scanana says, me too, mosquitoes only, but they make giant red pancakes on your nose. Yeah, I think whatever that is, we have the same thing, Scanana. Thatcher has redeemed a pig nut as the flower of the day. There is a clip of it. Thank you, by the way, to Harry for being very vigilant in clipping all the interesting moments on my stream. They're few and far between, but they do happen sometimes. Maybe not that insane. Yeah, what's the... Hang on. I used to have this memorised, but it's a while since I played Portal 2. Back when it came out, I knew this. Here we are. Alright, I've been thinking. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons. What am I supposed to do with these? Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day it thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's going to burn your house down. With the lemons. I'm going to get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down. But he has many lines. If you've been living under a rock for the last 15 years and somehow haven't played Portal 2 or the original Portal, you should. They are absolutely amazing, and I don't just say that as a lover of puzzle games. They are legitimately some of the best games of all time. So, yeah. Scanona says that reading was amazing. Well, thank you, Scanona. I can't do the original voice acting justice, but I can try my best. Look to my 947. Okay. I was a bit worried with all this chatting. I might be behind on my target, but we're halfway through the stream, and I'm halfway through the score that I need roughly. So it's all good. We are getting there. Oh, this is almost nice. Almost. Eventually, I will give up and compromise on some of these spots, but I might as well hold out a bit longer. It's not like I desperately need the tiles or anything. That works. That just says, I try to make them Emma possible, but also try to make them funny. Like, everybody would like to see her do a backflip, but she can't do one. I mean, I don't want to attempt one on stream with just my floor and no proper surface to do it on. I don't really want you to see me hurt myself on stream. That would not be cozy content, now would it? I need to ask myself, would Ophelia approve of this content? And Ophelia would not approve of that content. Would not be cozy. Match says, I will book a flight to see your funeral. I mean, don't book it just yet, Matcha. I'm not planning on passing away anytime soon. Via backflip or otherwise. Okay, this is a nice... Emma approved blow high entrances, please. Don't know if Emma is comfy singing or doing backflips. So, it's not that I'm not comfortable singing, it's that I am concerned for the safety of my viewers' ears. They might decide to melt off if they heard the atrocity that is my singing. You know, don't if you've those of you here who have been in Her Into Birds streams, and I know there's lots of them.
Feeding Felicia has raided with a party of 6 viewers.
Do not be fooled into thinking that's what I sound like, because I really don't. Feeding Felicia, hello, welcome in, Raiders. Thank you so much for choosing me as your raid target, Felicia. Thank you, T-Bago, for doing the shout out there. Definitely go follow Feeding Felicia. What were you streaming today? Ooh, a fitness stream. Oh, that's very... We were just talking about, can I do a backflip on stream? And the answer is definitely no, but if I was that fit, then maybe things might be different. Thoroughly approve of fitness streams. For anybody coming in with the raid who has not seen my stream before, welcome. My name is Emma. I stream every Friday, Saturday and Sunday starting around 8 PM UK time or 3 PM Eastern time. Me and my trusty sidekick Blowhigh, who is cute and cuddly and awesome, like to play puzzle games. Right now we're playing Dorf Romantic, which is one of my favourite puzzle games of all time. We're trying to get to 1,000,000 points, and we're doing well. We're at 947,000, but it's going to be a couple more streams before we get there. Hello, Vancouver Kit. Great to see you here. Thank you for joining us as part of that raid. If you like what you see, don't forget to follow. What you see right now is a rather large Dorf romantic map. I don't know if any of you have played this game before, but you build up a cozy landscape using these hexagonal tiles by connecting together matching edges of the tiles. And if you're good enough at the game, there's really no limit to how big you can make your landscape. But I've picked 1,000,000 points as an arbitrary stopping point. I think that's going to be big enough. Felicia says, sorry, I need to take a scheduled call. My apologies for the radio silence. No problem, absolutely understand. Raiding and running is sometimes a necessary part of streaming and is absolutely fine by me. I'll just link to the Dorf Romantic Steam page quickly, just in case anybody is interested in what they're seeing. I always type it in as Dork Romantic, which is not at all what it is. Not on sale at the moment, but it has gone on sale in the past. It's actually, there's a bundle deal on with this and Potion Craft at the moment, which is not a game I've streamed, but a nice game regardless. Sorry, just getting the link. There we go. There's the link to Dorf on Steam. And yes, we definitely appreciate the raid, Felicia. Don't worry about that. It's very cute and German, says Skanana. It is. In fact, it's less cute than it should be because, yeah, I turned off a bunch of the graphics options because I was trying to make it less laggy because it is a bit big now. But while we've got potentially new people in the chat, let's turn on the fancy graphics just to show off its capabilities. So you have these sort of biomes as well, where there's different areas of the landscape have a different feel to them, which is a nice touch, I think. Right, now that the biomes are on, I've lost where I was. There we go. So Dorf Romantic, it is German. It was developed and published by a German developer, and the name is German. Dorf is German for village, and Romantic is German for romantic. It translates as village romantic. That's what I started saying as a joke. I say that I'm asexual, but I'm not aromantic. I'm Dorf romantic. Quite what that means is up to people to interpret. Tibago says, just an Emma reminder that she has more than one mod now. So don't always thank Tibago for doing shoutouts. That is very true. I should probably keep the moderation log up so I can actually see who did the shout out and then thank the appropriate mod. But yeah, I like to have the stream and the chat and the scenes, and I didn't want to complicate things further by having the moderation log up. But if that was in fact Harry, then thank you, Harry, for being awesome. And if it wasn't Harry, then still thank you, Harry, for being awesome. Harry is 0.5 seconds faster at you than doing shoutouts. Ah, well, he has a lot of mod experience. He has been moderator for many of the greatest streamers of our time. Or, well, Ophelia anyway. Yeah, I'm assuming it's not really coming up on stream because Twitch Studio isn't reporting any slow frames. But even with my fairly powerful PC, when your map gets this big, it is noticeably laggier with max graphics settings than it is with the minimum settings. Like, I can see that the frame rate isn't good. In fact, it looks smoother. I'm just looking at the stream now. It looks smoother on stream than it does on my original monitor, which is kind of weird.
Bago just redeemed drink water for 100 points.
I guess there's some post-processing going on somewhere.
LT Bago just redeemed stretch for 100 points.
Thank you, T-Bago, for redeeming drink water and stretch.
LT Bago just redeemed read from botany book for 1000 points. Round-leaved sundew, Drosera wrote under folia.
And thank you for redeeming read from botany book. We are coming up to the 2-hour mark, so this is a good time to do it. Let me just place this one tile and then I'll be with you. So for anyone who's not seen it before, you have 1000 channel points to spare. You can get me to do a little mini botany segment. I am first and foremost a botanist. That is my true passion in life, but I also do Twitch streams because it gives me something to do in the winter, I guess, when it's cold and dark and the plants aren't out. Right, Blowhigh is going over there for a moment. Don't worry, he'll be back. I think he's been redeemed 4 times this stream already. We shall drink water and stretch. Nana says, aromantic just means you save your romance for things other than people. You're romantic for the beauty of things people might not appreciate. Maybe I'm just being mushy. No, I don't think you are. It's inevitably, if you tell someone you're asexual, they want to know, well, either they don't know what that is or they want to know if you're also aromantic. Like, that's the immediate follow-up question to anyone who introduces themselves as asexual. So if anyone does that, I say, no, I'm dorf romantic, and then that leaves them wondering what the hell that is if they haven't heard of the game, I guess, but never mind. Let's do some stretches, shall we? Hopefully Felicia would approve of this part of my stream. I'm not doing any particular sort of system of exercises. I'm just... anything that feels stiff from sitting at my desk too long, I'm stretching. Which is mostly my arms. Holding Blowhigh doesn't help. Holding Blowhigh is actually significantly more wearing on my arms than not holding Blowhigh for some reason, which seems odd because he's very cuddly. But it means I have to sit in the same place. I'm not free to sort of move about with quite the freedom that I otherwise might be. So we always have a good stretch halfway through the stream. And proper posture and stretching is something that's important for everybody, not just streamers. So if you're feeling a bit stiff yourselves, please take this opportunity to have a good stretch. Don't necessarily do this. Most people aren't that flexible, and I wouldn't want anyone to hurt themselves. Touch my back today. Stretching complete. Yeah, my camera is definitely not where it's supposed to be because this picture used to be in the frame. This picture is amazing. It was sent to me by a viewer, that being Verdsky, who has a redemption on her streams to send a real life postcard. But I didn't expect her to choose something so amazing and so appropriate to me. It's a selection of local botany from where she is, which is in Canada. Time to learn about roundleaf sundew, I think. This is the plant atlas. It's needlessly large. I have several much smaller botany books which would be much more convenient to read from, but I continue to use this one because it's funny. You have to be funny as a streamer, that's what you do. No, it's it's just a little bit of a laugh. Right, roundleaf sundew. Not something I've ever recorded myself, I don't think. So, it'll be interesting to read about it. Assuming it's in the book, of course. It is in the book, good. Some of the more obscure ones aren't, and then I can still read about them online, but it's nice to have the book. Ibago says, one word made me choose this one. Tentacles. Tibago, I worry about you sometimes. I'm not going to ask why you were looking up tentacles, for what purpose that might have been. Let's just have a look at round-leaved sundew. Shall get up a picture so everybody knows what we're talking about. And Tibago can presumably admire some tentacles, although rotundifolia. And a good photo. I mean, it definitely has tentacles. Not going to dispute that, Tibago. What's the best way of actually showing the whole plant? I think I might have to do two photos side by side. I do this sometimes. One showing the whole plant and one with a close-up. There we go. And then please have this as the scene, and please have this as the... There we go. As a self... Yeah, this would be very... If anyone breaks into my house, Skanana, they are getting clobbered over the head with Plant Atlas 2020, Mapping Changes in the Distribution of the British and Irish Flora, Volume 2. And they will regret it. Okay. Round-leaved sundew. An insectivorous, rosette-forming perennial herb of wet heathland, blanket bogs and upland flushes, growing among sphagnum mosses or on bare acid peat. It can be an abundant colonist of ditch sides, cut through wet peaty ground. The overall distribution has not changed appreciably since the 1960s, although the widespread decline in lowland England that was already apparent by then continued through the 20th century due to the destruction of lowland heathlands and bogs. It is still locally abundant in the uplands and on lowland heathlands in southwestern England. So yeah, the usual story with a British native plant. Habitat loss has led to decline. So it's mostly in Scotland, Wales and Ireland on the higher heathland that hasn't been converted to agriculture. Doesn't look like there's much of it in Somerset, which explains why I've never recorded it. We do have a very small amount of heathland in Somerset, but only a very small amount. But there's more heathland down in Devon, Dartmoor and Exmoor, which I suspect is what it's alluding to when it's saying it's still found in southwestern England. Not bear acid. Bear acid peat. As in, the peat is acidic and it doesn't have anything else growing on it. Then this will grow. So yes, this plant is insectivorous, meaning it eats insects. The most famous such plant being the Venus flytrap. But yes, this is a native British plant. The insect capturing mechanism is in the form of tentacles, as demonstrated here. Going to notice that Tibago said Wikipedia had a good photo. Okay, yes, that is quite a good photo. Okay, we shall also have Wikipedia's photo up quickly to have a look at. Excuse me. You can't see the tentacles quite as well because they have dewdrops on them, but fair enough. But yes, so it's part of a family of plants called sundews. But most of those are not found in northern Europe, like this one. That one over there. The ends of these tentacles, they have these little glistening drops on them. These have a sugary substance on them, which is what attracts the insects. And then they're really, really sticky. So the insects can't escape. So it's nothing quite as dramatic as the slamming shut of the Venus flytrap, but yes, it traps insects, and then uses enzymes to dissolve them in much the same way as other carnivorous plants. They're not actually attracted to the colour. That's interesting. Studies have shown the colour doesn't affect prey attraction. You might think, looking at this, that the bright red played some part in it, but it apparently doesn't. So yeah, not a plant that I've recorded myself. I'm going to have a quick look at the BSBI distribution map because there was, according to the atlas, it is found in Somerset, just not very much. I'm kind of curious where it is now because I want to go there and record it. Okay, yeah, okay. There's like one site on the Mendips. Okay, near pretty. Yeah, I may or may not be going there this year now that I know it's there. But this is what the book was talking about when it said it is found in the southwest. This is Dartmoor, this is Exmoor, this is Bodmin Moor. They're both, all three of them are large areas of heathland with acidic peat on them. The Mendips is mostly not acidic heathland, it's mostly alkali limestone. Let me just... there. But the overwhelming majority of the current distribution is in the Scottish Highlands, Welsh Mountains, Cumbria, and so on. The decline that the atlas is talking about is that centuries ago there would have been large areas of heathland throughout the rest of England, and that has all been converted to agriculture now. So it's not found there. Good to see that it's still hanging on in Dorset as well. Interestingly, there is a hybrid. This plant, round-leafed sundew, can interbreed with other sundew species. And there is one which is simply known as sundew. It also grows in Germany, and it is a hybrid between this one and Intermedia, which is not a British species. Oh no, sorry, yeah, no, it is. Yeah, no, oblong-leaf sundew. So it's a hybrid between this one and another native sundew, which is actually more rare, I think. This one. Yeah, so that's found in far fewer places. It's confined to the outer Scottish Islands and Dorset, with occasional records elsewhere. Oh, and this is another good place for species that have been lost due to habitat loss. These remote western area of Ireland, it's still clinging on as well. But yeah, the hybrid of them, which is this thing. This was only discovered in 1999. It is only known to exist in one place, in a nature reserve at Poole Harbour. This whole area here, everything from this road northwards to the Poole Harbour is a huge nature reserve. That's the only place it's known to exist in Britain and Ireland, and yeah, the only other place in the world it's known is Germany, apparently. So that is a very rare plant right there, and I doubt there's even any photos of it, but it'll look very similar to what we just saw. So yeah, that's sundew. Thank you, Teabago, for your request. Teabago says this is on the Somerset Wildlife Trust website. Maybe there's one there somewhere. Yes, I've seen where it. I've seen where the one site on the Mendips is now. Matchakacha says, if anyone breaks it... No, you're quoting me, yes. If anyone gets into my house, they can club it over the head with Plant Atlas 2020. Emma Talk. I was reading the title of the book. What it's called. Mapping changes in the distribution of the British and Irish flora. And I'll make sure these words are imprinted on the forehead of whoever's foolish enough to try and break into my house. Scanana says the tentacles move when they feel the fly. Yeah, I mean, the main mechanism is just that the flies get caught in them, they get stuck. They get in amongst these bits here, and the whole thing is sticky, so then it can't escape. And then the plant secretes enzymes that dissolve it. Like a fly trap would do, but without actually closing over the insect first. Yes, found all over the northern hemisphere from Alaska to Japan. You are quite right, Teabago. But the hybrid that I mentioned seems to be very rare. And yeah, this seems to be the most... I mean, I haven't looked at them all, but this seems to be the most northerly sundew species. Matchcatcher said, I heard gibberish, I'm not typing that. I apologise for not enunciating my words sufficiently clearly, Matcher, and I shall take care to do so in future. Thank you for your feedback. Right, I'll just quickly put the botany books back. Thank you, T-Bargo, once again for that. We will reacquire the blowhigh. We will reacquire some dorf, and we shall resume our dorfing. I don't really need to be up here for dorf, but I'm staying up here. There's nothing interesting up here apart from the menu button. Tibago says, very interesting plant. Thank you for plant knowledge. I'm glad I could provide some plant knowledge to you all. As you can tell, plants are a subject that I'm very passionate about. One day I'm going to say plant by mistake while I'm actually, with someone doing some field recording, and they're going to be very, very confused and start to doubt my credentials almost immediately. Yes, botany class is over, Matcha. You may all relax. No more plant knowledge will be forced down your throats today. Yeah, it's surprising how much harder it is to see where matching tiles can go. When you're in... when you've got all the biomes turned on. Without the biomes, every field is the same colour, every house is the same colour. You match them up easily. I will leave biomes on for the rest of this stream, I think, because it's nice to have the dwarf looking pretty sometimes. And we are not in any rush, really. Tibago says you're going to say plant in front of Dr. Cratch and then you'll never be able to show your face again. Yeah, this is a possibility. This is actually a possibility. Emma cannot be trusted with... Well, Emma cannot be trusted with anything, but Emma certainly can't be trusted with that. Izzy says, rushing in Dorf, who would do such a thing? Certainly not Emma, former Dorf speedrunner. It's not like I've officially retired from Dorf speedrunning, it's just... it's not something I have the energy to do every stream. I might do it again, but then nobody has beaten any of my records. You guarantee if somebody beats one of my world records, then I'll be right back on the Dorf speedrunning until I take that record back. but there's not a lot of competition out there. But no, when I'm playing Dorf normally, I try not to rush. I definitely play faster than some people, but I try not to rush. Try to take my time and enjoy the process, and also find good spots for my tiles. If you rush, you end up using bad spots for your tiles, and then your Dorf is not as good. And I want to have a good quality Dorf. I find you can tell a lot about somebody by the quality of their Dorf. This is false, but I mean, well, it might be true. I don't know. I was just making a joke. I'll need to close this off at some point. This railway never really went anywhere. I'm just going to close this one off. I don't think we need this one. We have so many other railways going. There's no need for that one. Funny shaped lakes we're making over here. Not sure what this is supposed to be. If there was a lake this shape in real life, somebody would have interpreted it as a sign of an ancient alien civilization or something. We all know that the real sign of aliens is a lake in an island in a lake in an island in a lake. Yeah, see, we both went there at the same time, Deepacker. Or you just made Hamburg. I don't know, doesn't Hamburg look more like this? As in, lots of buildings. But yes. Anywhere where I actually need an empty... I was lining up all my empty tiles here. This was the designated empty tile area, but I've started putting trees here now. Because I've got all these forest quests. And maybe there's somewhere that really needs an empty tile. In which case I should give it one. Maybe not actually. Oh, this, yeah, here, look, there's a good place. Hamburg has both lots of buildings and lots of river. Yes, unlike my Dorf, where I've put all the river in one part and all the buildings in another part. There isn't really a part that has lots of buildings and lots of river. This part has quite a lot of buildings and quite a lot of river. It doesn't really look like Hamburg though. There's no miniature version in the building that has a miniature version of said building. Oh no, not this again. There's a building within a river, within a building, within a river, within a building. Yeah, a lot of places have miniature villages and stuff. I've been to one in the UK. I'm sure the one in Hamburg is much more impressive. But yes, I've been to a model village that has a model of the model village in it. And I think they even went one step deeper. And the model of the model village in the model village itself has the model village building, although it's only about that big by that point. The one in Hamburg is amazing. It has 2 kilometers of rail track. Okay, that's more rail track than we have here in real life. So, that is very impressive. That sounds absolutely amazing, and in the extremely unlikely event I'm ever in Hamburg, I will definitely go there and look at it. And spend ages watching the trains go around. A fully working airport? What, as in the planes actually take off on land? Okay, now that is fancy. That is quite fancy. I will probably... When I've finished researching the other things I promised myself to research, I'll look that one up as well, because I'm sure people have made videos of that. Tibago says, I did find a video fairly recently of a VTuber shouting in German and Tibago monkey brain neurons activated. Not sure what that says about me. I don't know, Tibago. You like being shouted at? I mean, it rather depends on what they were saying in German, Tibago. I can think of quite a few shouty things they might be saying that would be bad, especially shouty German things. So, hopefully it was not one of those. There's penguins hiding around the place too, which makes me very happy. That's lovely to hear, Izzy, although hopefully that bit is not a faithful recreation of real life. Otherwise the implication is that Hamburg also has penguins hiding. You're just walking down the street and you get ambushed by a penguin. And such are the perils of living in Hamburg. But yeah, I'm guessing that was just a fun little touch they added. For the benefit of penguin enthusiasts such as yourself, Izzy. I'm quite the penguin enthusiast. Not to the scale that Izzy is, but I mean... I have penguin. I has a penguin. The penguin's name is Pebbles. This was decided by Ophelia, I think, by a Channel Point Redeem. I was considering calling it Izzy, but then Liare would have been upset, and I considered calling it Liare, but Izzy would have been upset. It's called Pebbles. I saw actual penguins the next day at Rotterdam Zoo and got to watch them being fed. Oh, that's lovely. Oh. It's a long time since I've been to a zoo. The two nearest zoos to me, one of them is Bristol Zoo, which used to be in a fairly central, very small site. It was very, very historical. It was, I think, the 5th zoo in the world, and they used to have an elephant there and so on, but you know, it's just too small by modern standards. So that site closed, and they're building a new one, but I can't remember if it's opened yet or not. But certainly for the last few years, there hasn't been a zoo there. And the other zoo that's near me is a creationist zoo. So no prizes for guessing why I don't want to go there. It's a bit out of place in southwestern UK, where we generally don't care that much about religion. The sort of thing you'd expect to find in the deep south in America. But no, rather embarrassingly, we do have our own creationist zoo. They even have an elephant. I'm not sure who trusted them with an elephant. It sort of gives them a veneer of authenticity that they don't deserve. Skanana says Hamburg has swan mothers, people who go out on the river in winter and collect the swans to take them somewhere warm in a boat. That's really, really lovely, Skanana. I suppose it does get very cold there in the winter. One thing we do have in the UK, we don't have that. Generally speaking, it doesn't get cold enough, and the swans can look after themselves. Oh, that fails a quest. Oh, there's an exact 4 here. Right, I need to complete this first then. Yeah, in the UK, generally speaking, swans are just wild and left to fend for themselves. But we do have one managed swan colony at Abbotsbury, which was quite an incredible sight the first time I saw it, because you're used to seeing 1 or 2 swans on the river down the park, and hundreds and hundreds of them in this one place. But it is managed, so they have volunteers who pick up and transport the swans places. And there is a knack to picking up and transporting a swan without being on the wrong end of the swan. You have to hold it at arm's length with the beak facing forwards. But I remember seeing one person who we were referring to as the Swan Whisperer, because the swans seemed very, very, very calm in their presence. They would just have their swan's neck sort of wrapped around their back and just poking out here and looking like they were really enjoying themselves. Tibago says, the zoo near me can pay a small fee to feed the penguins. You've got to fight through the kids though. Yeah, I have been to zoos in the elsewhere in the country. Paignton Zoo is quite good. That's in Devon. The funny thing with Paignton Zoo is it's not that space is at a premium so much as it was with Bristol Zoo, but the zoo has been there a long time. Where the zoo was built, now housing developments have extended right up to the zoo. So there are bungalows in Paignton where the view out of your back window is the giraffe enclosure. And its land slopes up, so the bungalows are higher up than the enclosure. So you look out your window and you just see giraffe faces. And on the other side, you've got a sea view, so I imagine those bungalows probably go for a fair bit. Easy says, I think the nearest zoo to me in terms of actually being able to get there that also has penguins is Edinburgh. Okay. I mean, I won't ask you to dox yourself by saying where you are. But we can get a rough idea from that, I suppose. And I have never been to Edinburgh. I have been to Scotland. I've been to the Falkirk Wheel and that area, which is not far from Edinburgh. So that's the closest I've been. But I certainly haven't been to the zoo there. Tibago says, I'm sure it smells lovely in those bungalows. It's going to depend on which way the wind is blowing, I think. They might be okay on the grounds that the breeze is usually coming in from the sea and not the other way around. But yeah, if it's blowing off of the zoo, it's going to smell of animal enclosure quite strongly. That is definitely a consideration. I don't really have a sense of smell myself. I do, but it's not as strong as it is in most people. But I'm less affected by those things. But I suspect in that situation I probably would be affected. This piece is an awkward one. Must be somewhere for this. It's only 2 fields. Suppose I should be checking over with the fields, shouldn't I? This would be the logical place to put it. So I'll go until 960,000. That will leave me 40,000 to do over 2 streams, so 20,000 per stream. Then I can take things a bit more relaxed. In the next 2 streams, maybe do the monthly mode a couple more times, and then celebrate hitting 1 million in 2 weeks' time. All being well, which will be a lovely milestone. A game I have been playing ever since I started streaming, really. My first ever stream was not Dorf, but pretty much it was. Skanana said, did you ever go to the Yorkshire Moors? Are there any plants I should look out for if you did? There is someone special I want to show the rough north of England. Well, I thoroughly approve of showing special people the landscape, and that is a very beautiful area of the country. My favourite plant from there is probably Pheasant's Eye Daffodil. It doesn't just grow there, but that's the place that it's most plentiful. Of course, it does depend where you are and whether you're able to find the right plants. Let's find... I need to find native ones, not... this is about what it looks like. And of course, it's also highly dependent on what time of year you go. Because if it's not out, then it's just some leaves. But this is what Pheasant's Eye Daffodil looks like. Well, technically, T-Bagger, my first stream was me playing some music on loop to see if my connection could handle streaming, which it couldn't. Followed by 6 weeks of nothing, followed by actual stream. Battle Royale was the first one, yeah, and the first one where I actually had a camera, I think was half Dorf, half Palea. My favourite plant of that area overall is probably spring gentian. But that's really, really rare. It's only found in one part of Upper Teesdale. So you're probably not going to see that. Sorry, I won't keep showing flowers, but yeah. Since Skanana asked what was my favourite, yeah, spring gentian is one very specific area, but it's really, really stunning. Is what it looks like, and this picture looks like it's been sort of false coloured, like this is not the real blue, but it actually is that blue. There's so there's like one valley in Upper Teesdale, and they built a reservoir there in the 1960s, and that was very controversial because it destroyed most of the habitat of these flowers, and a team of botanists actually tried to save as many of the flowers as they could by digging them up and replanting them higher up the valley so they wouldn't be flooded by the reservoir. But yeah, most of the habitat was destroyed. And they're now really, really rare and protected. But yes, that's one very specific area. But I mean, if you're just up on moorland in general, which you will be, you're talking rough north of England. Honestly, just the heather is worth seeing. If you go when the heather is in flower, then the whole hillside looks purple. Like, you could do a painting and you could colour the hillside in purple, and people look at that and think, well, that's not the real colour, it's going to be brown or green or something, but it actually looks like the hill is just purple when the heather is in flower. So in terms of favourite plant that you'll see everywhere and that really contributes to the landscape, it's definitely heather. And you'll get that everywhere that there's moorland. You were born in Yorkshire and you use what shows possible but doesn't get seen. Ah, okay. Well, yeah. So the thing is that the really what really doesn't get seen is the really rare things. But the details of how to find those are kept secret, and even I don't know. Things like the super rare orchids and things like that. I mean, I don't even know where the rare orchids are in Somerset, much less in Yorkshire. But yeah, pheasant's eye daffodil is falling into the category that Skanana says, which is things that people don't really know about, but you would see. I think pheasant's eye daffodil is probably my top one of those. But that is dependent on where you are. If you're somewhere that has a lot of dry stone walls, then there are also a lot of interesting plants that only grow on those. If it's limestone, yeah. If it's somewhere with limestone, so like the Peak District and stuff like that. Not so much North York Moors for that. Trying to think. I've only been to North York Moors a few times, and the last one was about 15 years ago. But my lasting memory, honestly, is of tufted vetch, but tufted vetch you get everywhere. Hello, Pro Stoic. Thank you for dropping by. Got alert getting family outinged. Appreciate you. No problem, Stoic. Thanks for dropping by. And good luck with your family outing. Let me just quickly show Skanana what tufted vetch looks like. I suspect you're familiar with this one. It grows in hedgerows, but it can also grow in like long grassland. And it forms these lovely spikes of purple flowers. And it's all over. You get it in Somerset, but I just remember there being an awful lot of it in North Yorkshire. It might have just been the specific place I was. Tibago says, never mind going to the lakes then. If you're from Yorkshire, you'll spontaneously combust if you enter Lancashire. Yeah, so Tibago is lucky. Tibago is from North Wales, so he can actually step across the border, unlike the natives. There's a historical rivalry there for many reasons. It goes back a long way. Just put it that way. What else? Oh, there's wood cranesbill as well. So I'm just I'm gonna have to quickly look up where wood cranesbill grows. Because the thing about wood cranesbill is it only grows in the north. But I need to check where the north starts. It's not the typical English definition of the north, which is like anything past Sheffield. It's yeah, it's like Darlington, Middlesbrough, north of there. Yeah, it's not on the North York moors, it's only on the Pennines. So most cranesbills grow all over the country.
For 2 months.
Franny, hello. Thank you so much for the resub. That means a lot to me. I can't believe it's 2 months already. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a good week. Thank you for dropping in. I am playing Dorf, but also somebody in chat is asking questions about the Skanana says I love that we have road signs that say the north. Yeah, so the UK is much longer than it is wide. So most of the motorways run north to south. So you get on the motorway and you just have a sign that says the north and the south. Until you get far enough down. When you get to the M42, it does say the southwest, the southeast. But yeah, it's usually north or south are your choices. The age-old question, where is north? Yeah, people try to draw dividing lines between the north and the south. I've even seen somebody try to draw the dividing line based on the number of Gregs per capita. That is the shop Gregs, not people called Greg. But in my opinion, there is no dividing line because there's this place called the Midlands. So you go from the south to the Midlands and from the Midlands to the north, but other people deny that exists and then says there's a line. But yeah, so north of Middlesbrough, so if you're talking about the Pennines rather than the North York moors, I mean it does extend into Yorkshire slightly. There's a lovely flower called wood cranesbill, which is the only cranesbill we don't get in the in Somerset. And it's a very deep purple flower. So depending on where you go, you might also see some of that. The only reason that one might be not quite so impressive is that there are garden varieties of it. So somebody might just see it and say, well, I have that in my garden. But that's what it looks like. That's the wild variety of it. Yeah, number of Gregs per capita is the tree map. We are getting vastly off topic here. But yeah, more precisely, it's the Greg's Pret divide. Which, yeah, if I had to draw a north-south line, I would not draw it here. Apart from anything else, I wouldn't put this piece of Wales in the north and this piece of Wales in the south. That makes no sense. But if you had to draw a line, it would certainly go diagonally across the country. Like, King's Lynn is definitely in the south, and Sheffield is definitely not. It's like, the line is diagonal, but how far up the country it is very much open to debate. And as I say, I consider everything around here to be the Midlands. You know, where I am in Somerset, that's the south, but by the time you get to Warwickshire, you're in the Midlands, and by the time you get to Manchester, you're definitely in the north. So, you know, that's just my opinion. As a southerner who is probably not qualified to weigh in on these things, that is my opinion. Sorry, we were talking about plants, and then that in itself was only a distraction from playing Dorf. See, Ophelia thinks she goes on tangents, but I go on tangents with diagrams, supporting evidence. The Scottish, so the Scottish consider everything south of the border to be the south, but I think people in the north would put the divide further north than I would. I've met people who live in England, but only just, who consider Scotch Corner to be the border between the north and the south, whereas as far as I'm concerned, Scotch Corner is already firmly in the north. So yeah, it's a matter of opinion. I have technically lived in the north. I lived in York for 4 years whilst completing my degree. However, let's just say York is probably one of the most southern of the northern cities, I suppose. It doesn't really feel north. Except in winter. It was very cold. In that regard, it felt north. It's generally colder up there than in the south. But yeah, I wanted to get to 960,000 this stream, so let's make sure we do that. Bernard says I lived in York, but it's like a poor man's Harrogate. I've been to Harrogate, and I get what you mean. I didn't live there by choice. I lived there to do my university degree. I went there because York let me in. And other places, like Bath, which would have been just down the road, didn't. It is extremely pretty, yes. York Minster is amazing, and many other parts of it are quite nice, and the university is okay as well. It has a lake, swans on it. Definitely nicer than some other ones I looked at. We might have passed on the street. Well, I was there from 2008 to 2011. So, I don't know if you were there then. 2008 to 2011 was when I was doing my degree, so that was the only time I lived there. I know, I'm showing my age here. This was in the before times when. Oh no, it wasn't the before times. We had social media. We didn't have Twitch, but yeah, it was. Most of us were already on the internet the whole time. So. Oops. Trees. I feel like all these quests are going to complete at once, which is going to be fun. I think I arrived as you left. Okay, I mean, you wouldn't have recognised me anyway. I was not out as trans at that point in my life, and would not be for another 10 years, so I obviously look nothing like this. Those were not good times in my life, to be quite honest with you. I mean, not because of where I was or anything like that. I mean, I have some fairly unpleasant memories. I was sexually assaulted, but I'm sure that could have happened anywhere. I'm not going to hold that against York as a place. It is statistically one of the safest cities in the UK, north and south included. You would think when the dorf is this big that every tile would have a place, but it continues to amaze me by not. Oh, actually, there. Okay, it did have a place. I only had to go around the entire dorf to find it. I actually find comfort in knowing people I like now were close before. Maybe that's silly. I don't think it's silly. No. I don't think I know anyone who was ever close to me. Most of the streamers I like never have lived in the UK. They're mostly European or American, and those few who are in the UK are not anywhere near me. So I don't really know what that feels like. I guess I've never been close to anyone, any streamers who are in visiting distance, certainly. But yeah, that's fine. It's probably for the best that way. You don't get too attached to them then. I have met people. I have visited people I met online, although only twice. Which is not a lot in the many, many years I've been on the internet. That's a nice spot. I don't just mean streamers. I have friends that I made they didn't realise were Street Park before. Yeah, I don't. It's the people that I did visit, that I met online, were in Cardiff and Tamworth, neither of which is particularly near to where I am. And I think things have changed as well. Both of those were like 15 years ago when people still did that. I feel like these days you don't meet people that you know online, unless it's like a dating website or something. Then obviously you do, but just people just don't anymore. I think meet up with people they met online casually, which is I can understand, but at the same time it's kind of sad that you spend so much time with these people and then never see them in the flesh. Hello, ancient cosmographer. Welcome in. I hope you're having a great week. That is a lot of tiles. You are quite correct, ancient cosmographer. It's 11,096 tiles, in fact. We are well on our way to 1 million points. Sometime in the next 2 streams we will be reaching that target. It's a while since I shouted anyone out. Let me shout out ancient cosmographer. I mentioned earlier that Few has an anagramming game on his Infinity Words stream. If you prefer to play anagramming with other people rather than just going on to a 24/7 unmonitored stream and typing chat to a bot, then you would want to check out Ancient Cosmographer, who does exactly that on his streams, and also sometimes plays Scrabble. And potentially other things. And in fact is probably going to do some later today. So if if you're not in Europe like me, where later today doesn't really exist because that's actually going to be early tomorrow, those of you watching from America may well want to hang around after my stream and check out Ancient Cosmographer. Who is very nice. Very, very kind person. Very caring. Very cozy streams. Has amazing hair. And is very good at Scrabble. And is very good at commentating Scrabble as well, which is something I tried once and was terrible at it. So it's definitely a talent that's worthy of respect. Matcha Catcher, I'm sure you're familiar with Ancient Cosmographer. You watch Scrabble people sometimes, don't you? I did not say America. Promise. I would not do such a thing. I like that this area has picked up the Sakura biome, which has turned the water train stations into these. I like this design. I think it's nicer than the default design, which is this. I could have just this biome. The only problem is it turns all the trees pink, which can be a bit much. I'm going to have to put that there and then connect it, because it needs to connect to this because it's got a quest on it. So Ancient Cosmographer is good at Scrabble. He's almost certainly the best Scrabble player here, unless Axotypo is lurking or something. Can you tell me, is X, Y, Z, 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 Y, X a word? Well, I can tell you it isn't. Scanana. You also don't need Ancient Cosmographer to tell you that, because I have a definition bot. Only if you believe, says Ancient Cosmographer. But I'll tell you what is a word, Scanana, which is this. ZYZZYVA. Alphabetically, it's I think the second to last word in the Scrabble dictionary after Z before ZZZ. Almost never played in Scrabble because there's only one Z in a Scrabble tile set. So you would need to use both blanks as Zs in order to play it. But it's quite a famous word amongst Scrabble people. There's some software called Ziziva that people use for learning words, apart from anything else. That's like the Exodia of Scrabble. Well, you don't automatically win if you play it. But if you manage to play it, you probably have won because it meant you drew both blanks and were able to use them to bingo. Yeah. I don't know if it's ever actually been played in a tournament. I like to think that it has. Not sure if it's actually been played in a normal game. Okay, thanks for confirming Ancient Cosmology. But people have definitely contrived situations where it hits the board. Yes, absolutely. Yes, that's not the highest scoring play in Scrabble. Two of the Zs would have to be blanks, which would score 0 apart from anything else. The highest scoring play would be playing through 8 disconnected tiles on the board to form a 15-letter word through 3 triple word scores. At that point, it doesn't really matter much what the actual word is. You're going to score thousands of points anyway. So just any 15-letter word. But the odds of that happening in a real game are 0, really, because such a play would be impossible without a significant amount of setup from your opponent. But once again, people have contrived situations where it would happen. I believe the highest possible theoretical score anyone's ever constructed involves the word oxyphenbutazone, which is a word in the Scrabble dictionary. But yeah, it's 15 letters long, so it only just fits on the board. And again, we're deviating from significantly from dorf here, but it's definitely something I'm interested in, so I don't mind sharing it. Can't really see because of my face cam in the chat. Please make this smaller. There we go. Yeah, so somebody would already have had to have played pacifying, requalified, rainwashing, Ugameets, and jaculated, and you would then play the tiles in yellow, making pacifying, pre-qualified, brainwashing, Zugamate, and ejaculated, and also oxyphenbutazone. Scoring 2,185 points. No, sorry, scoring 1,784 points. It's this number here. But that's never going to happen in a real game because nobody plays like that. So you can ask what's the highest theoretical score, or you can ask what's the highest score that somebody might actually play in a game. And you get two very different answers to those two questions. Kanana says my monkey brain is blown. I mean, don't worry, everybody's brain is blown by that idea, even Scrabble players. As I say, it's not something that's ever going to happen in a real game. Right, did I need this piece for one of these spots? I'm not keeping track of what pieces I need, and I really should be. I almost need this piece, but it's not quite this piece. A different piece that looks very similar to this piece, but is not this piece. It's, yeah, this piece with field and tree reversed I need. Okay, let's find somewhere else for this piece. Skanana says, as time goes on and language develops, does Scrabble get easier? Well, that's a matter of opinion. On the one hand, there's more words in the dictionary, which means there are more plays available, which means the average score will go up slightly. On the other hand, when more words are added to the dictionary, that means there's more words to remember, which makes the game harder. So I wouldn't necessarily say the game gets easier as time goes on. But yes, the number of words in the Scrabble dictionary is going up all the time, and has recently gone up by quite a bit. But if you're at the elite level of the game where you're expected to know every word in the dictionary, that just means you've got a bunch more memorization of words to do. Scrabble nerfs. I mean, they have removed words as well. There was a big controversy when they decided to remove racial slurs from the Scrabble dictionary. There are two major Scrabble dictionaries in use, one in North America, one in the rest of the world, and they disagreed on which words were racist enough to remove and which ones weren't. So now the two dictionaries have some rather unfortunate differences between them. Plus, platforms that censor certain words, like Twitch, have yet another idea of which words are too racist to say. So there are words that are allowed in Scrabble, but will get you banned from Twitch if you display them on screen or say them in chat. Which is an awkward situation to be in as a Scrabble player, because if anyone ever plays one of those words when you're streaming, you're in a bit of trouble. You've got to shut down the stream immediately, basically. I obviously will not be saying what words those are, but they do exist. I have a list of them, which I will not be sharing. But yeah, that's just one example of language is more difficult than people think. You might think, oh, the Scrabble dictionary is just a list of words, and if it's on the list, you can play it, and if it isn't, you can't. Well, not quite. Which list? Which version of which list? Which platform are you playing on? Does it allow this word or not? If you use playscrabble.com, there are some words you can't play, even though they're in the Scrabble dictionary, and I believe that's actually because of a licensing agreement with the dictionary maker. And if that doesn't sound stupid, then I don't know what does. I agree with removing them from the in-game dictionary, but home games, I think that's up to you all. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing over the board with a real board at home with friends or family, then yeah, you can, and people often do, introduce your own rules about words. Some people like playing with proper nouns allowed and that sort of thing. But increasingly people play Scrabble online, and if you play online, you tend to play with a word list. There are modes that will allow people to challenge words, but people tend to play with a set word list, and they can only play those words. Your screen doesn't align, says Skanana. Oh, sorry, I forgot to press that. This is for when I'm full screen and I'm just looking at browser windows and stuff, and this is for when the game is full screen. And the browser full screen overlay crops off the Windows title bar, but it's not there for game full screen, so it doesn't have to. Streaming is hard. T-Bagger says, I'd like a 16th century Scrabble variant, please. So, as far as I'm aware, there's no website that offers that variant, but there are dictionaries of 16th century English out there. So if you have a physical Scrabble board, you could definitely play that with friends. They'd have to be friends who are quite well versed in 16th century English. You could try playing with Ophelia, I suppose. She's not a native English speaker, but I think she knows a lot of Shakespeare, so she would be familiar with 16th century English. More than the average person. I'm going to have to start a new row here, I think. There we go. To be or not. Well, yeah. So small words like to and be and not are unchanged from 16th century. But as anyone who's ever read Shakespeare knows, quite a lot of other words are very different now. Not as much so as Middle English, or even Old English for that matter. If anyone's ever read Chaucer, that's pretty much unintelligible without translation to modern English speakers. Whereas Shakespeare, you know what he's getting at, even if you don't recognise every word. Ancient Cosmographer says, you're in luck because the Scrabble dictionary has a ton of obsolete / archaic Old English words. If you can get your opponent to agree to only play with those, you're all set. Yes, absolutely. That is a very good point Ancient Cosmographer makes. Most of Shakespearean English is still in the Scrabble dictionary, especially CSW, which is the British English Scrabble dictionary. But yeah, I assumed Teabago meant playing with only those words, so you would need some way of agreeing which words those were before you started. As in, removing anything that was added to the dictionary more recently than that. Which is most of the words, I think. Yes. One of the... I realise it's a bit of a touchy subject for me right now, but one of the things I definitely did enjoy from playing Scrabble, not competitively, but from being around competitive Scrabble, was just learning all the fun words that exist in the Scrabble dictionary. Like this one, for example. 3 R's or 2? Yeah, see, G-R-R-R-L, girl. That's a word in the Scrabble dictionary. If you ever find yourself with too many R's, it might just save you to know that word. Yeah, I mean, it's not really expanding vocabulary because most of it is words that I would never actually use. It's not expanding your vocabulary if you don't use the word. It's just expanding your knowledge of obscure words. But it is still cool, I absolutely agree. Well, yes. Yes, sometimes we do pronounce the word girl like that. And it doesn't exactly mean that, but it's a similar meaning. It's derived from the word girl. Okay, this is going to fail the quest, but I don't think I care. I'm just going to play it anyway and complete that quest. It's going to be 955, so just 5,000 more to go, which I should be able to get this stream. That will be our target, and then, yeah, we can go at a slightly more leisurely pace on the next 2 streams. So I can go off on tangents to my heart's content without worrying about the score. I think there's actually a spot for this one back on the railway section. I do want to start filling these holes in. Yeah, here. I like to fill in the holes because that's more perfect placements. Which are good. Always want to see this and hear this noise. It's such a nice noise. You say it doesn't expand your vocabulary, but if you can spell it and you know its definition, what's the difference? Well, I'm never going to use it. The first words you have to learn when you start playing Scrabble competitively are the 2-letter words. So you learn every two-letter word in the Scrabble dictionary because those are by far the most commonly played, and thus by far the most important to scoring well. And the majority of those are not words that anyone uses in common English, and just knowing them. Yeah, often for Scrabble players, you don't even learn the definitions. You just learn the words. You just because it's so fundamental to know the two letters. You just do it by rote memorization. So, okay, you can't quite see it because of chat, but yeah. If you look at this list, you'll see the words you all know and love, like be and an, and in and on. But just because I know that OE is a particular type of wind that you get in the Faroe Islands, I'm never going to use that information. So these are all words, according to the Scrabble dictionary. It's an interesting exercise for a non-Scrabble player to say, how many of these do I actually know? Probably don't know a lot of them. Skanana says, that is a little sad that they should add, if you give the definition, you get double on the word. That would certainly make competitive Scrabble interesting, or very boring, one or the other. I mean, all the top players would immediately learn the definition of every word. The problem is you'd still have the two-letter words played more often than everything else. So a game would mostly consist of people defining the same two-letter words over and over. But yes, I prefer it when I know the definition as well. I think everyone does. Ancient Cosmographer says what I was trying to say, but more eloquently. Scrabble players have a weird relationship with language, where we learn the words, but don't necessarily know the definitions. In that sense, our vocabulary doesn't expand that much as we study the dictionary. Yes, exactly. I know the anagrams of the word retinas, of which there are 14 in Collins, but I couldn't tell you what most of them mean. I know what retinas means, but that's because I knew it already. LT Bago says, to be fair, while I'm not a Scrabble guy, watching Emma play Scrabble got me more interested in etymology. Yeah, I mean, I think you would be good at Scrabble, T-Bago. I've said this a few times. I know you're not a Scrabble guy, but almost every time I played, you would come up with an obscure word that I missed completely, often a very high-scoring one. And it would turn out you knew it from a video game, usually Final Fantasy, which apparently has a vast array of words for armour and weapons and so on. And you probably thought when you were playing it that this was not knowledge that you'd ever use anywhere, and that it was... It would be its use would be confined to a video game, but no. Turns out it's useful for Scrabble as well, so there we go. It was always armour. It was usually armour. It was actually... There was quite a variety of things. There were some things that weren't weapons or armour. They were like other medieval words that had got picked up by this medieval fantasy setting game, obviously. And yeah, you saw them straight away, and I didn't see them at all. Who knew pros make games boring? I mean, I like watching pro Scrabble players play. Probably not everyone does. But even if half the time I'm thinking, well, yeah, I wouldn't have spotted that play because I don't know that word. So it seems a little unfair. I still enjoy watching them play. This tile does not want to fit anywhere. Okay, I'm just going to stick it here and just don't look over here, okay? Pretend we put it somewhere nice. Don't look over there. Yes, that's it, T-Bago. It was a a medieval instrument as well. Maybe rule sets for Scrabble would make it better competitive. So Scrabble have just published a new version of the game with new rules, which is supposed to be more sort of, I don't want to say dumbed down, but more accessible to the average person than the competitive version. Actually, Heroin to Birds, who is one of the Scrabble streamers I watch and who I have raided many times and who occasionally drops into my channel, actually I think was on a radio interview about it recently. The link was in her Discord. It will never replace competitive Scrabble as it's currently played, but it's interesting that they're trying new ideas, for sure. Having said that, I don't think most people's objection to normal Scrabble, I think, is the obscurity of some of the words. They say, oh, why is that in the dictionary? That's not a word. And I believe this variant doesn't change the dictionary, it just changes the rules of how you play. Which, as I say, I don't think that's the part people had a problem with. But we'll see. Maybe it will catch on. It would be interesting if it does. I had somewhere for this tile, and I've forgotten where it was. Over here. There. Almost there, but it's not there. I'm not going to get to 960,000 if I spend this long on every tile, am I? It wasn't going to be over here, but over here is fine. Let's put it over here. It's definitely my least favourite type of tile. When you get a railway and a water on the same tile, it becomes very difficult to use that tile effectively. This is going to be another case of don't look over here. Pretend I put that tile somewhere nice and not where I actually put it. I keep going off and searching for tiles now, which I shouldn't do, but I am. I'm doing it. Going and searching for the perfect place. Skanana says, I play card games, and it's the same thing, metas stagnate the game, but rule sets could be fun, like 3 letter minimum or rotate your letters every turn. Yeah, no, well, as I say, they've come up with new rules for this new version that this is, the people who own the rights to Scrabble have published this version. It's got a different board, and I think it actually has cards that you use with it, so it's sort of turning Scrabble into partly card game. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays. I've not played it or seen it properly myself yet. It was only announced recently. I've never really been big into card games. I played Hearthstone for a bit, and that's the closest I've ever got. But yeah, I get what you mean about metas and stuff. Skanana. Dwarf Romantic new rule set. Emma, stop, it's too big. Well, I'm going to stop when I get to 1 million points. People have done 8 million, so it's definitely not too big yet. There have been much bigger ones. My dwarf is still only a medium-sized dwarf, really. If my computer can still load it, it's not big enough. Ah, this fits here, that's a better place for it. Whose screen is the goal? I mean, no, but I hope it. I hope I don't get to 998,000 points and then the game crashes. That would be upsetting. And a bit anticlimactic for the viewers as well. Emma had a Pokemon version of Scrabble where we tried to play as many Pokemon as we could. There were other fun community versions too. Yes, I think our record was playing like 12 Pokemon. No, it's like 12 Pokemon per side, so like 20 something Pokemon. So the rules were you could play non-Pokemon words as well, but obviously we tried to play Pokemon as much as possible. Playing Pokemons scored bonus points. The problem with that is I know almost nothing about Pokemon, so it was reliant on... Sorry, I switched back again to show you the Scrabble words. It's reliant on somebody in chat knowing a lot about Pokemon, and we had Abby for a while who did, but he doesn't really watch my streams anymore, I think, even when I was still doing Scrabble. So it would be difficult. We would all be frantically looking lists of Pokemon trying to figure something out. Apologies to Bago, the score is restored. Actual water quest. It's been a while since we've had one of these. Means I can't just fail them anymore. Are you trying to draw my dwarf, Matcha? Matcha is drawing this area of the dwarf, I think, since you've got a bunch of trees and then one bit of water. I think you're doing this area. Thank you for your artistic interpretation of my dwarf. It's very nice. There. Skanana says dorf is such a cute word for village. Yeah, it's quite a cute word. Dorf. I don't know if I have a preference. It just sounds comfy and simple. I suppose it does. Yes, you are right, Skanana, it does. You know what isn't comfy and simple? This area of my dorf, where the railways have to interact with the normal areas. It's a mess. I'm certainly never going to fill it with perfect placement. We'll do as many as we can. Is there space for this one in this part? Yes. Okay. This is definitely the worst part of my dorf. It's so untidy and raggedy and sticking out in all directions. Yeah, we could go here. Yeah, let's go here and try and do something there. That might work. Skanana says, what games are you looking to play after your goals are met? So, obviously at the moment I am streaming 3 days a week and playing a different game on each day of the stream. I'm not currently planning to replace Dorf with something else. Rather, in the summer months I will be doing botany fieldwork on Friday evenings, and so will not be streaming. I will still do my other 2 streams because I will be doing the botany during the day and the stream is in the evening because it's the weekend, so I'm not at work. In terms of what content do I plan to do in future, I have quite a few game requests from various community members. I think there's 5 requests outstanding at the moment. I am planning to do requests on both my Saturday and Sunday stream until I've reduced the backlog a bit. So you can look forward to all of those games once I've finished Infinity Factory and Cosmic Express. And then if I run out of requests, I will go back to playing games that I want to play on Saturday slot at least. In terms of which one specifically I play on stream, I haven't really decided yet. It might be that by the time that happens, a new game has come out and I want to play that one, so I can't say for sure right now. LT Bago says the English equivalent to dorf is places that end in thorp. That's interesting. Nice bit of etymology there, Tibago. I did not know that. Wow, that's a wall of text. Thorpe, an archaic word preserved in place names from ending in thorpe or thrup, but from Old English thorpe, meaning village, hamlet, farm, estate, group of houses together in the country. Yes, that, interestingly, yes. English also has the word hamlet to mean a small group of houses, and not just a play by Shakespeare, but the play that Ophelia is from. Tobago is not saying all this off by heart, Skanana. He's copying it from the internet. Everyone is smart when you can look things up on the internet. But yeah, so that letter here this letter that looks a bit like a D with a line through it. This letter, that's not a D. It's a th sound. The letter is called thorn, and it's a letter that used to exist in Old English writing, but for various reasons it got replaced by TH in modern writing. I believe, although you might have to fact check this, I believe the reason is the printing press was invented in Europe, where they don't have the th sound, or at least they don't have a letter for it. Maybe they have the sound, but they don't have the letter. So the first sets of movable type were made without thorn, and so printers substituted. Originally, they substituted a letter Y. So where you see something old that says ye instead of the, it's not ye, it's just the, but with a Y instead of a th. But yeah, when you see that letter, it's a th, it's th. So Thorpe. Also Old Frisian, Middle Dutch, Old High German, Middle Low German. And yeah, so by the time it made it over to Dutch, it had become Dorp, and in German, Dorf. But only in English did it, English and Gothic did it retain the th rather than the d sound. Old Norse had Thorpe. A lot of Viking place names in the UK. Comfy and simple, there's a word for that when words invoke a feeling. Ancient cosmographers might be thinking of hugga, word from some Scandinavian language. Yeah, which literally translates as hug, I think, or at least it's certainly etymologically from the same root as hug. To mean a warm feeling, which makes sense. We used to pronounce the K in knife. I don't actually know, but quite possibly. Again, because of the printing press, English spelling is a complete disaster. So once again, this is just my understanding, it needs fact checking, but I believe there was a shift in pronunciation ongoing within English, like a vowel shift. So the whole country was starting to pronounce letters differently when the printing press came in, and at that point spellings got standardised. And what's happened is a lot of spellings have sort of been frozen in time as their pronunciations were changing. So the spelling used made sense at the time that spelling was used, but the pronunciation has shifted since and doesn't make sense anymore. That's my understanding anyway, and that's one of the reasons why English spelling is so inconsistent. Another reason is just that it's borrowed words from so many different languages. A lot, yeah, as Ganana says, a lot of English comes from French, a lot of it comes from, or Romance language family, a lot of it comes from Germanic language family. So, and those families have different spelling rules. Depending on which one it came from, the word will be spelt differently. And then there's just words where the spelling makes no sense. There are definitely those. What that does mean is when you're trying to teach people English, you can't just use a purely phonetic approach as you can with some languages, because English spelling isn't phonetic. You can sort of do phonics for the words that fit the pattern, but you always have to account for the exceptions that don't. Like the word phonics for itself, for example, which ought to be spelled F-O-N-I-X if English spelling was consistent. No, I need pieces with 3 trees in a row on them, and I don't have many of them. I'm going to stick it over here instead. Right, we're coming up to 960,000, so I will probably end there, even though we're going to be a few minutes earlier than normal. This has still been a very full-fledged stream. I have been talking a lot this stream because of the enthusiasm of chat, which is amazing, of course. I very much enjoy that. But I definitely need a rest now. Big brains deal with that. Now tell me where you want the heavy thing. I don't know. I suppose you could carry the botany book around for me, Skanana. That would be helpful. I literally not have anywhere for a tile that's all houses. That seems a bit silly of me. Normally I have somewhere reserved here for a tile like this. But I've been foolish and not left such a place. I'll have to put it here and then fill in the hole later. Knife is a difficult one because of how many similar words there are, like the Old Norse. It could also be from the Dutch, German, French, late Old English was also that, yeah. It sounds like it's probably a Germanic word just because of how many, but sometimes we just don't know, of course. Sometimes you go back to Proto-Indo-European to find out where the word came from, and then, you know, who knows at that point. Like, we're pretty sure Europeans just stopped using the word for bear, which was like Urktos or something like that, as in Ursa, as in Latin. So the Latin word for bear comes from that root. But the word for bear that's used in Germanic languages, which is bear or something similar, is a word that originally meant brown. And people use the word brown instead of the word bear because it was considered superstitious, like it was unlucky to use the word bear because you might make a bear appear. So although Germanic languages had a word for bear, they then stopped using that word. Fortunately, thanks to other surviving things, historically, we know that it existed. Right, 20 more points. I suppose I should try and stop exactly on the dot. So there we go. 960,000. So 2 more streams of 20,000 each and we will be at 1 million. Skanana says, who knew if you scrambled languages from more than 3 roots it causes issues? Yeah, there's a lot. Arabic is used in. I mean, there's a lot of Arabic words in English as well. like algebra and algorithm, things like that. For anybody interested in the stats, and I know Harry is interested in this sort of thing, our perfect placement percentage has gone up again by another 0.1. We're up to 96.1% now. That's the highest it's ever been. 11,000 tiles, almost 10,000 perfect tiles, and I think we'll get there under 100 hours as well, which will be nice. 410th. I didn't check my leaderboard spot at the start, but I think we climbed some spots today as well. Probably get into the top 400. I bet there's a cluster of leaderboard scores around the 1 million mark. Because I imagine a lot of people will have got there and then sort of decided that was enough. Let's have a look. Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard since we've got a few minutes here. Wow, okay. The top place has been playing some more since I last checked. I swear last time I looked at this leaderboard, T-Bago, the top score was like 8.5 million. It's almost 9.5 million. Imagine just casually putting down an entire Emma-sized dorf of tiles on top of your already top score. These people have too much time. But yeah, if you thought mine was big, the biggest one is just under 10 times the size. As T-Bago says, this guy does nothing but dorf. And to be honest, these guys do nothing but dorf either. But yeah, I'm curious to see how far... Okay, this only goes down to the top 200. So I can't see where rank 400 is, I don't think. Unless if I put 400 in here. No, okay. The online on Steam leaderboard only shows you the top 200 spots. So I can see you need at least 1.6 million to make it into the top 200. But yeah. I'm hoping I make it into the top 400 before I end. Yeah, 2 million is only 140th now. This is a lot of people do a lot of dwarfing. How much do you need for top 100 nowadays? Oops, what was it? 2.4 million for top 100. That's quite high. That's a lot of dwarfing. Anyway. I think we will end there and pick up the dwarfing again next week. Thank you, Franny, for the resub. Feeding Felicia for the raid. Hope that phone call went right in the end. Thank you so much, Ren, for 3 gift subs. Really, really nice. Hazel for the 3-month resub. And thank you also to Spooky in Bloom, who followed yesterday. Probably I got shouted out somewhere. If you were watching, then hope you enjoyed the content. Thank you, T-Bago, for choosing a flower to talk about today as well. I think it's probably time to raid. If anybody has suggestions for raids, do let me know. Let's see who is on. I think Heron to Birds has just started. And he's playing some sort of board game. Yeah, I sort of took a break from raiding Heron to Birds because I'd raided her so many times. But our schedules do line up really nicely with each other. So I might just do that today. Yes, this will be the 12th raid of Heron to Birds. So let me get that raid started. She's playing some sort of board game that's interactive with, like, people can join. It's on a website, but people can join. So if that's your sort of thing, I think you'll enjoy. Hello into birds. If you would like to spam a raid message in chat, and I strongly encourage you to, then you can do this if you're subscribed, and if you're not subscribed, use whatever emotes you like. But here are some example dancing dinosaurs for your consideration. I will be back tomorrow. I haven't honestly decided what I'm going to do tomorrow. I'm probably not Snail Simulator because Ophelia's going to be doing it. I might just do the next Infinifactory installment. Sunday will definitely be Cosmic Express, and it will definitely be the final stream of Cosmic Express. That doesn't mean we're going to be completing Cosmic Express. It means anything we can't solve next stream, we're going to write off as too difficult. And move on to another game. And then I'll be back here same time, same place next week with the next part of Dorf Romantic. That's a lot of emote spam, Matcha. And hello, Nespa. Literally getting in there at the nick of time with your flower redeem. Thank you so much, Nespa. Blowhigh is already here. Look, the raid is about to go, so I can't stay any longer. Thank you all for watching, and bye for now.